Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Literally not true.
Dati mihi Anglican po, he's verbal Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
Whoa, I'm in the dark here. Hang on, let's see if I can get this fixed. There's a little better. There's some light. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. My camera's crooked. I'll leave it where it is.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you too. Judge Fleischer. We're going to be visiting Judge Fleischer here in just a minute.
Kick back, taking it easy.
All right, let's see if we can bring on. Hey, it's working. Sorry, I had to rebuild my studio the rest of the way this morning. The rest of the way. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I had to rebuild my studio this morning because I had the live stream with the parade last night, which was a lot of fun. It was frigid. I think I caught a cold. It was the wind just blew right through me for like 3 hours the whole time I was there.
I'm not a camel.
But it was a fun parade. If you stuck around and watched that, lots of lights. It's basically a who's who in the Chamber of Commerce parade with a couple other floats. It really is just all the companies in the small town decorate a car and drive through, and a lot of fancy cars, and the Polaris slingshots and things like that. Yes, new trial starting VT today. Yes, we may jump to that late, but we've got a couple things we have to do first. The parade was adorable. Thank you, Red Pen. Appreciate that. Crystal, today is my 16-year wedding anniversary. Congratulations. We have a couple people that we have to recognize today with either birthdays or anniversaries of various types. Congratulations on 16 years, Crystal. That is awesome. Let's see. We have yesterday I tried to I was going to come back and show you what was going to happen in Judge Simpson's courtroom because he had a pro se guy that was a bit interesting to watch, and he was going to be back in court. He kept getting called up and then told to sit back down again because he wasn't quite getting with the program. So we've got to find all those clips from yesterday and show you that, and then tell you that he's going to be back again in court because the judge gave him a week to think it over, find a lawyer, and at least consult with a lawyer, and then come back. I'm not sure what every lawyer is like trying to delist their number from the internet right now if they watched what happened there. Let's see. We have, I think it's this one right here, and then we need this one right here. Import media from Big Dill, not just Big Dill 2. That's going to be this one right here. Okay. All right. Now where are we at? I think I probably need to do the birthdays first. The birthdays and the celebrations. Yes, a lot of people have mentioned this trial. If we jump to that one, it's going to be a little bit late. We've got a couple other things to do first, but we can catch up quickly. So, podcast was a lot of fun last night. It was. I really, really enjoyed it. Hopefully, it was worth waiting for that story. Emily Aarons, have the day off work today, so I'm getting to watch RA on my TV for once instead of my phone. What a treat. We're in high definition just for you, Emily, just for you. Thank you very much. And congratulations on the day off work. Let's see. Don't think RA caught that. Kim, which one are you asking about there? I don't know which trial it was. Ellie Veldman, good morning. Welcome. 5 memberships gifted this morning. Thank you very much, Ellie. Hang tight. Hang tight. We're not going to go there yet, but possibly. Did the judge ever come back from the sovereign citizen case? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Selena, you have to watch on the replay. I'm sorry, that's one I can't share on during the day, and you'll know why. It was the crappiest story ever. You got to watch the replay of the podcast. Oh, the ice fishing trial. She wanted the jury coming back with the verdict apart. It's on there. We played it. I caught it. I caught the verdict. We played it yesterday. After, I think we played it. The second trial we watched, or maybe it was the third. All right. Podcast was great. It was a lot of fun. All right. It always is. It always is. Let me see if I can bring up what happened in Judge Simpson's court really quickly, because we've got first this one. Let me mute this for just a second and scroll to where we've got. Oh, I've got a device that can do that. I don't have to sort of use a mouse on this one. Okay. We saw this part, we saw that part. Wish my jog speed could be adjusted, but let me show you what I'm viewing here, if that works. Let's see, where's camera 6? 6 is in black. Did we do? We need to sing birthdays. Did we do birthdays yet? Selena K gifted a membership. Thank you, Selena. Let me look and see if I can find the birthday message. Today's my husband Charlie's birthday. We have not done birthdays yet. Let's see. Is it in mod chat? Let's see. Well, we're going to get to birthdays here in just a minute. There it is. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that. All right. And I'm going to add Charlie to that because it's Charlie's birthday as well. So, though it's a late add. Copy. Paste. Why does paste not work anymore? All right.
Happy birthday.
We have one more anniversary to add to this one.
I saw a chicken fight.
Sorry, my phone was narrating all that in mod chat. Apologize. I did not send it, though. I deleted it.
In front of the Walmart.
Okay, Janice. Do we have Janice on there? We'll add Janice. Okay, just one second. All right, first of all, let's celebrate Janice. Janice does not have a birthday today. Janice has a birthday of a different sort, and that is her sobriety birthday. 30 years today. 30 years. Janice, that is absolutely amazing and wonderful. We are all standing up and clapping for you, as you can hear right now. Congratulations, Janice, on 30 years of sobriety. That is a wonderful, wonderful milestone and an inspiration to all those who are on their path to sobriety. Thank you very much. All right, so congratulations, Janice. Now we're going to sing to Avery Myers, Donna Adams, Annie L., Sierra, Martha Ivy, Chris, and Charlie. And then we've got Crystal Blue, who's celebrating 16th wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Crystal, as well. So we're going to break this down into two groups. I think we're going to go Avery Myers, Donna Adams, Annie L., and Sierra. And then we're going to do Martha Ivy, Chris, and Charlie.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Yeah, we've got to do 4 and 3. That's how we're going to do it. So everyone stand up, put your shoulders back, deep breath, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. That'll work. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Avery, Donna Adams, Annie L., and Sierra. Happy birthday to you. Verse 2 after the interlude. Here we go. We're going to pick up with Martha Ivy, Chris, and Charlie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Martha Ivy, Chris, and Charlie. Happy birthday to you. To everyone who is celebrating a birthday today, happy birthday. There are many days in the year, but this one is your special day. The privilege and pleasure of honoring and celebrating that with you is all ours, but hopefully we can turn some of that joy to you and make your day a little more specialer. Help yourself to pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, Andy's Grill, and Tammy Dunlap's house. Sorry, she volunteered once, so that means like she basically volunteered once for everybody. So happy birthday. Hope you enjoy the celebration, that you have some great plans with some great folks. Specialer? Yeah? So I invented a new word for their birthday. Does that not work? You can't just say specialist, because that's a person, right? Like, I'm a specialist. Okay, so we have to make it specialer. Specialer is definitely a word. It's someone who specializes, right? They're a specialer. Oh, drum solo is coming up. Everyone grab your air drum sticks. Position yourself appropriately in front of your air drum kit. Get ready to do the big finish on the song. Beautiful, beautiful. I'll make drummers out of all y'all yet. Congratulations. Happy birthday to all those celebrating. It's just awesome to be able to celebrate with you as well. And Janice, happy birthday, or happy anniversary on your sobriety birthday. 30 years. And wow, 16 years. 16 years as married. You're doing something right. That's good. Congratulations, Crystal Blue, on that one. All right. I think that's all. It's Friday. It's Friday. Did I mention that? The weekend is here. It's upon us, which is wonderful because we were ready for it. We're going to first do a quick little hop to see if we can find and watch the clips of Judge Cedric Simpson yesterday. And by quick, I mean we're going to be like zoop, like this. We're zipping through trying to find our pro se defendant, who had a couple of appearances yesterday, and they were quite brief. Let's see, is that him? No, that's not him. We're scrolling through. I'll turn on the sound and back it up when it gets to him, but also not him. I should have had timestamps on all this, but I thought I could scroll through quickly and find it easier. We just have to look for the parts where the judge has his arms up in the air and his face is all red from yelling. That's what we're looking for today. Took forever to get to it, though. Man. That was a fast one. He has a lawyer. That's not him. He has a lawyer. That's not him. I think we watched these ones together. He has a lawyer. He has a lawyer. Lawyer. Oh, that's a lawyer as well. Her lawyer was sick that day. We watched that one together. Is this him? No. That was the guy who was in the hospital sick. We're going to see another guy in the hospital sick, or who looks very similar to that in just a minute. So just keep this memory of this gentleman who showed up to court in that condition, clearly not doing well. Keep that in your head. Keep that in your head, because we're coming back to something similar to that in just a little bit. We're zipping through. I could turn the volume on and really confuse you guys if you want, but... Oh, that's not him. Maybe I should do this on not the main screen so you guys don't get dizzy or whiplash or suffer seizures from flashing lights. That's not it. I think we watched that one together, so we watched that one with the kid for sure. Not her. Judge went private for a little while. Skipping ahead, skipping ahead, skipping ahead. Came back right here. Let's see. Not this gentleman. He's a little bit older than who we're looking for. Cute little couple there. Nope. The camel guy, I could barely even see him in the courtroom. He just blended right in. I think I'm on the right video today. Please tell me I've got the right one. At this point, while this was recording, I was at Lowe's, just so you know. Okay, this is him. Here we go. Let's turn on the sound and let's roll. That was a lot of work to get there. Look at these attorneys who logged into Zoom just
State
for
your
this.
name. Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Daniel Magoo. I have stated the admonishments that I was giving to the defendant representing himself.
Oh, whoa. This is the second one.
I apprised him of the maximum penalties and the charges. Apprised him, and sir, I'll ask you the question again. You understand that there can be great peril in representing yourself.
Stop. This is his second time. This is the second time he popped up. I need to rewind and find him again. We're going to say, mark this point right here. Set POI. There we go. Now I need to. Was it before the break? I think it was before the break that he came up the first time. Man, somebody, just a suggestion. Hang on one second. This is so funny. I thought I'd be able to find it a lot easier than I did, clearly. So I apologize. It was after this. It was after Roy. I'm going to make you not dizzy by this, if that's all right. Okay, here we go. I found him. We need the first one, which is right here. Okay. All right, here we go.
Thank you.
This is number 1.
Court calls case People versus Daniel McGoy.
McGoy gets it wrong. Judge gets it wrong. I'm using my own recording, so the timestamp's different. It doesn't go off his time.
Sure. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
State your name.
Take your headset off.
Name is Daniel McGoo, for the record, Your Honor. Sui Juris.
You're going to represent yourself in this matter, sir?
Yes, sir.
I do have to advise you that in this case, you are charged with the offense of assaulting, resisting, or obstructing a police officer. That is a high court misdemeanor felony, punishable by up to 2 years and/or $2,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
I understand your charge.
You understand also that there is great peril in one representing themselves. You understand that, sir?
I'm not afraid, Your Honor.
Did you understand what I just said? That there is great peril in representing oneself.
I comprehend what you're saying, Your Honor.
Tell you what. Either you're going to answer my questions and you're going to answer them properly, or we're going to have a long time and I'm not going to have these people wait. So while you decide how you're going to handle this, I'm going to have you have a seat. I'm going to pass your case. You will come back up and you will learn how to operate within this court. Plain and simple. Have a seat. Have a seat.
I think
and you might want to wipe that smirk off your face while you're doing it.
Wipe the smirk off your face as well. Okay.
Court calls case People versus
That was the first time. I'm telling you, that was worth waiting for. Now we jump to the second time. 30 minutes later. Maybe a little more. Headphones still on.
State your name.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Daniel McGoo.
I have stated the admonishments that I was giving to the defendant representing himself. I apprised him of the maximum penalties and the charges. Apprised him, and sir, I'll ask you the question again. You understand that there can be great peril in representing yourself.
I fully recognize and acknowledge the seriousness of the charges, which include allegations of
Not my question. You understand that there can be serious peril in representing yourself.
I recognize what you're saying. I'm fully prepared to proceed with this matter.
Will you just do me a favor and answer my question? Do you understand that there is great peril in representing oneself?
I recognize that.
Okay, let's stop there. You recognize.
Stop.
Recognize.
I recognize.
Do you understand that I
Can't say
would,
yes.
that in any of the proceedings that the court would hold you to the same standards as if you were a practicing attorney, will give no leeway one way or the other, will show no favoritism or no bias because you are representing yourself. You understand that, sir?
I recognize what you're saying, Your Honor.
You know what? I don't know why you just won't understand. I'm asking you, and I need a direct answer, whether you understand what I am saying, not whether or not you're recognizing the words. Do you understand what I am saying?
I overstand what you're saying.
I
You understand?
Your Honor.
You have a seat.
I'm not.
Have a seat.
Your Honor, I haven't had.
Have a seat.
I overstand. I don't understand
You
anyone.
can play games with me all day. I got all day. I got all day. Have a seat.
That's going to be our welcome. Like, hey, this is, Recovery Addict. Welcome to the channel. Have a seat.
The other one's in custody. I realize we are now at least caught up within an hour. I think those that want to go probably want me to take a break about now. So I'm going to take about a 5-minute, 5-minute break. I'll come back out and then I'll call the case. The court's going to stand in recess.
Okay, what the judge just did there, the people who are next on the docket probably want me to take a break right now, so I'm going to leave. I'm going to walk out and just give them that break because they probably don't want to be like next on the list right now. Judge took a long break. Now we're on to the next segment. Let's see. Couple people get called up. Little pause. There's not a lot happening here. Wait for it. Dude's still sitting in the gallery with his laptop, thinking of new ways to answer without saying yes. Hang on, Amber's on the phone. 1 second. Hey, Amber. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I can't hear you yet. Well, you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Hold on. Okay, now you can hear me. Hello? Amber?
Hello.
Amber, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay. I had to stop you. Go back to just before the break of the second one.
Just before the break?
You fast forwarded way too quick. Mm-hmm.
Like right here? Was it his phone? Like right here. Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. Let it play until the screen goes black with just Attorney Sullivan and the other guy, and then they end up disappearing too. Watch it all the way through. The top left box will go black, and then the top right box is what you need to watch. And listen close.
Okay, here we go.
Do you understand what I am saying?
I overstand what you're saying.
I don't understand.
You want to be,
Your Honor.
You have a seat.
I'm not.
Have a seat.
Your Honor, I haven't had.
Have a seat. You can play games with me all day. I got all day. I got all day. Have a seat.
Look at the attorneys.
The other one's in custody. I realize we are now at least caught up within an hour. I think those that want to go probably want me to take a break about now. So I'm going to take about a 5-minute, 10-minute break. I'll come back out and then I'll call the case. The court's going to stand in recess.
Maybe seated.
I think one of them mouthed some words. I think that's what Amber's saying. It was like an expression of amazement. I think somebody said holy something. Yeah. The kid in white. The kid in white said, that's what I'm saying. He's like, whoa, judge is on one today. All right, now we're jumping over to the other one. Give me just a second to get to the moment in question. Oh, here we go. He's back up. Let's get his full entry. First let's look at the judge's face. Watch how the judge's face changes as he calls him up.
For recalls the case, People versus Daniel McCoy.
He's already like, here we go. Here we go.
Because you're my friend and you.
Headphones, one more time. Take off your headphones. The bailiff's getting tired of telling you this is the third time.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Daniel Magoo. Here in Dewey Juris.
All right. So on this matter, I was apprised you of your rights. I told you about the charges in this case. We get to the point of understanding that there is a certain peril in representing.
Listening, sorry. My notes, I apologize, Your Honor. I meant no disrespect.
And
we just
that
walk away while the judge is talking
court
to me.
will treat you the same as an attorney in the case. You understand, sir? Listen closely to my question. Do you understand that?
I do not understand.
You do not understand it.
No.
The court, you will be presumed to know the rules of procedure as well as the Michigan rules of evidence, that the court will not be giving you assistance in regard to this case.
What I'm trying to say, Your Honor, is I do not understand the charges that are pitting against me because they violate a lot of my rights. And the prosecutor served me the discovery packet on the 27th of last month. Since then, I have not received any kind of evidence or any kind of claims that I violated any kind of anything that day. So I'm here waiting for that to occur. So no, I don't understand.
Waiting for what to occur?
Well, under the rights to due process, Your Honor, 4th, 5th, 8th Amendment, there has to be substantiated amount of evidence to accuse me of a crime, like assault on a police officer, obstruction of justice, and resisting arrest. I take these charges very serious, Your Honor. Because of these charges, I have lost custody of my son, and I want to make sure that these justice is served and equity is ensured here.
Sir, I just asked you before whether or not you understood the charges.
And I answered you, Your Honor. I said I do not understand them.
Whether or not you disagree with them or not, is not the issue. The issue is do you understand what you are charged with?
I do not understand, Your Honor.
Is there a reason other than what you said that you do not understand?
I can elaborate a little further, Your Honor. I'm still waiting.
I wish you wouldn't. I just need to understand why you don't understand.
I wish you wouldn't.
I'm trying to get there, Your Honor, if we could talk about it.
I'm not asking you whether or not you agree that you should be charged. I'm not asking whether or not you believe that you did it. I'm not asking any of that. I'm asking whether or not you understand what you are charged with.
Can we agree to disagree on the legalese?
We are not going to agree to anything. This is not your game to play here. You play by my rules.
So you're saying that I have to say the words, I understand?
Sir, I'm not saying that you have to say anything.
Okay.
You know what? Here's the thing. I am not going to play this game with you.
I'm not.
So what? No, you are playing a
I'm
game.
not.
So no, you are. And do not interrupt me ever again. Do not.
Do not.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a week to think about it, because I'm not going to sit here, call your case up 4 or 5 times for you to sit here and to go through this whole, try to play some semantical game. So I will adjourn this out to December 12th, 2024. I will adjourn it to 9 a.m.
Your Honor.
or I will, do not interrupt me.
I can object to
Do
that date.
not
Prior
interrupt, do not. One more time, you're going. I've given you fair warning.
Bailiff's like, can I use my cuffs?
I'm adjourning the
cuffs?
proceeding out. If you are objecting to that, objections noted. It's still adjourned out to the 12th. Bond will continue. You
Your
may
Honor.
leave now.
I have constitutional.
You may leave
violation.
now.
Let's go.
I have a right to a
You
counsel.
may leave.
Do I not have a right to a counsel?
You want an attorney? You may get an. Want an attorney, sir?
I need somebody to explain the problem here.
Do you wish to be represented by an
Put his
attorney?
headphones
I do not need to represent myself. I'm presenting myself. I'm the only one that was there in this courtroom. No one was there. I don't recall anybody that was there that day. I'm the only one that knows what happened, Your Honor.
Do you wish
And I was
to be
violated.
represented by an attorney? I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. If you wish to be represented by an attorney,
Your Honor, I have constitutional violations.
do you wish to be represented by an attorney,
You
sir?
take an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States of
Then,
America.
if you do not want to answer my question, Mr. Allen, he is to be removed from my courtroom.
I don't know how Mr. Magoo managed to spend the night in the bed of his choosing last night instead of in a nice, comfy cell. These attorneys.
Where are you trying to go, Mr. Simon? No. Court calls the case. People versus Catherine Davis.
All right. So that is what we missed yesterday. You can see why I didn't want to jump back in. I wanted to make sure we had a conclusion, and we didn't get it. We didn't get the conclusion. It sort of just left us hanging a little bit. But wow, what a cliffhanger on that. So now we get to mark our calendars again for the 12th. Because a week later, we'll be back. We'll be back like a bad penny. He keeps turning up. And I don't think him consulting with an attorney, not as a representation, but just consulting with an attorney, that's going to cost him, first of all, and I don't think he's willing to pay that. I don't think he's going to learn anything. He might restructure some of his words, but I can guarantee you, any way this defendant wants to answer the questions that the judge asks will make the judge mad. And I think next time he's getting 3 square meals and a cot out of it. I think we're going to find him held in contempt. So that will be fun for next week. Now I have to jump back to Judge Fleischer quickly because we teased this just a tiny bit, and we'll jump over and see if we can bring you this other wedding anniversary trial in just a minute. But let me see if I can go back to Judge Fleischer yesterday because he had something that you want to see as well. Let me get the timestamp. All right. So 37-21. Yesterday. Let me back up just a little bit. Not sure if this is the one. This might be the case before. Hey, Judge, how you doing? Hello? Can you hear me? Judge's phone's not
Yes,
working.
this is Judge Fleischer,
Oh,
Court
yeah.
5. Is Dustin around?
Yes, he is. Do you want me to get him for you?
Yes, can you please tell him that his client, Caleb Jones, has bond violations and we need to have a hearing on it. And I've got the defendant in court today. So if he can either zoom on or stop by, I don't know where he is.
Okay,
If you
I'll
can
pass
have
the
him reach
message.
out to me, please.
Yeah,
This is my
on the cell, right?
David Fleischer. Correct.
Yeah.
Did it pop up on you? Did the number pop up on
I don't
your
want to say it. 'Cause I'm
ID?
on Zoom.
Correct. Or reach out to me and we can talk. Correct. Thank you so much. Bye. Max.
I've got two cases today. One's gonna be a plea. We've got the paperwork. We'll get
Okay.
the other one, Miss Bennett.
Okay, so this is the one right before this. Let's skip ahead through this guy.
I will protect every single person. You don't put your hands.
37, 21. Josh, you told me 37-21, right?
She gets like a 3-point reduction because of her lack of history, but then having to do.
She doesn't, but she's got a prior assault. She's got a prior,
I'm telling you with her, I don't run her federal guidelines.
So let's do this. I'm going to set it for a week.
Okay.
Get everything you can for a week.
Okay.
She has no more waived appearances. I mean, she's got,
Well,
is she here?
So she's on Zoom.
I don't know. She's not allowed to Zoom.
Allowed to leave Atlanta. That's the thing. I mean, do you want to revoke her bond here? That'd be the only, like, I can do the math on it.
What do you mean she's not supposed to leave Atlanta? She's got an open case here. We need to take care of it. Her presence is required here today.
Oh, I'm on the wrong video. This is the spicy one, but it's not the right
So
video.
I have her on Zoom right now. I know. All right. She's not trying to.
Okay, give me a second. Let me get. Yeah, I pulled up the wrong one. It's always good in Judge Fleischer's court, but that's not the one we're looking for. 37-21.
I'll sign it for you, but the case is 2,010 days old. It's time to.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I've been on it for a couple of days, just need the opportunity to go through the discovery. I did have an opportunity to speak with the ADA matter.
I think that it was set to resolve today. Supposed to resolve today. Is he here?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we had told him, hey, get ready. It's time. It's been.
We have just a very brief reset, even if it's for the end of the week on this matter.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry.
This is Kareem Williams.
Okay, I spoke to you about.
Yes.
So do you have an offer on this case? Because today was plea or trial on this case.
I'm just pulling it up, Judge.
Sure, take your time.
Josh, did I miss this one again? Because the judge is wearing the wrong outfit. Would you say 2 days ago? Guys, this is my Friday, and it's turning into a Monday. Okay, so I just matched the picture you sent me with the outfit from 3 days, three live streams ago. 37-21.
Oh. Okay, that's it. Come on. Yes, thank you.
Here we go. This is the right one. Apologies.
Okay.
I'm gonna get those paperwork and then I'll take care of it.
Okay, thanks. Hey.
Ah, yes.
How are you? I see that he's trying to zoom in. I see it.
He can't move. He can't be moved from his house. I mean, he's in terrible condition.
I don't know what to tell you, but it's unacceptable. We've tried over and over to get him over here. He's got bond violations. He knows it. He's trying to thwart the system. It's unacceptable, and it's not fair.
She was concerned. The company that operates the machine said they didn't know that the machine was defective. They said that,
defective in that someone else is blowing into it?
Well, from the explanation that he gave me is that nobody moved, and stuck, and that anybody passing by the machine, it'll pick up, and then that whoever the camera picks up the screen, so there was nobody else that was doing this at the machine except you.
Can we download the pictures, please? Felicia?
It should be in your email, but if not, I can re-forward it to you as well.
He's got an interlock machine that photographs the person blowing into it. And it's a different
Regardless,
person.
he's supposed to be here. We've given him enough time. It's been a week.
He contacted the vendor and tried to say that the device was faulty, but the representative stated he's talking to you, having someone else work for him, and it's valid validation. So that's the email that I'm assuming he's talking about. They reached out to him, but the defendant is the one that stated that it was affected, not the company or any of our officers.
Do you have?
Defendant says he's too sick to move out of his house. Lawyer's fighting for him here, doing everything he can.
Where do you have that someone else is blowing into it? Felicia?
Like the report?
Mm-hmm.
Let me find it.
And the new machine that he has, ever since he got the new machine, he hasn't had any issues on the new machine. It's just that
I don't know what to tell you, but Mr. Kelly's not here. You know, I think that we've been more than accommodating to him. And I don't know what else. I mean, it's just, he's supposed to be here like anybody else to address violations. We've been more than accommodating with him. And I just don't know what else we can do. So why is he not here now?
he can't get out of bed. He can't even leave the room. He has a bedpan. He can't really, literally can't move. I went to pick him up like I promised the court that I would, but I saw him in this condition and there's just no way he can make it to court today.
He has a bedpan. He's confined to his bed.
I mean, the only thing I can ask the court is if we could, because the doctor said he, you know, in the note that I showed the court yesterday, he has until the 13th of this month. I'm just asking that the court, if the court could reset this to the 13th, and then he'll be here.
It's always one thing. We're going to get here the 13th. He's still not going to show up. So it's going to be something else. My only concern if this someone else is blowing into the machine, and that's what I'd like to know, because if it is, it's unacceptable, and I'm not going to put up with it. I mean, that's just. You let me know. I mean, I'd like to see pictures. I want to know if someone else is blowing into the machine.
The attorney is his Uber.
Right now, I have like the screenshots in the email I forwarded, and they're covered. And then I'm not sure if this is the defendant or not, but it's the vendor that stated it's not him.
Which day? And then can we?
The covered camera that someone else.
Can we show it to? Can you email to Mr. Bassi so he can see it as well?
Yeah, of course.
Please. Can you take a look and just see what they're talking about?
Can you email it to us as well, Judge?
Let's powwow again. Okay, thanks. Ms. Turner. I saw that you have someone today. Who was it again?
Okay, so now we're going to fast forward just a teensy bit.
So first is a quick question on Chadwick Brown.
We have to wait to see that attorney come back up. It's a couple cases later. Not this one, not that one. Not her. Not him. Not that one. Nope. Nope, not this guy, although it's a nice chair. Not the guy in orange, although that might apply later on in this case. Here we go. I think this is him. Here we go. Round 2. Judge DeSantos is back?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
No, I did review the stills, and they're all all those between Jonathan and Kelly. However, the ones that are covered is what the issue here, but the stills itself are all Jonathan and Kelly.
Do they look like him? I couldn't.
So
I didn't think
I couldn't personally tell, but what I'm assuming that the vendor is talking about, because they're the ones that mostly confirm our device violations, is that due to the camera being covered in multiple instances, that they're thinking that, you know, that's either due to them just covering the camera, but most of the time it's due to somebody else blowing into the device, and that's why it's being covered. The camera.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm now modifying his bond conditions to put a scram on his ankle. I can't trust him to do what it's going to do, so I'll give him 2 days to get the scram on. He's got to come get it, but I can't trust him.
Just for the sake of my client, he did have a scram device at one point. There were no violations of the scram, and the scram caused some type of injury to his leg because of the swelling of his ankles. So
he's covering the camera. I should revoke his bond right now because he's not even here.
I understand.
You know, I'm tired of the drama. I'm tired of it. It's one thing after the other. He's covering the camera, which he shouldn't be doing, and he knows damn well he's not supposed to be covering the camera. I mean, there's a complete thumbprint all over the camera. I've repeatedly told him to come here. How on earth do I know that he's stuck there? I mean, what proof do I have? Did you go to his house?
Yes, I did. I literally, like I told the court yesterday, I go and pick him up. I went there.
Okay.
He was in no condition to leave.
What does that mean? He was in no condition to leave?
He had one of those porta potties in his room because he just can't leave his business. He had one of those urinals, and he was just in bad condition. He was in real bad condition.
I guess not bad enough to consume alcohol though, because he's testing positive. You know,
after the surgery,
there's no excuse. I don't care if you're having this, that. No alcohol means no alcohol, and having surgery doesn't justify it though. So I'm modifying his conditions now. He's got 2 days to get the scram on. If he doesn't get it on in 2 days, then I'm going to have another hearing and we'll see whether his bond gets revoked or not. But I'm going to tell you now, I'm up to here with the excuses, and I'm up to here with everything. No, I'm letting him know now. Shh.
Quiet, everybody. Judge Fleischer's mad.
Jonathan Kelly.
I'm here.
He's got a whole pharmacy behind
I find
him.
your behavior while you are on bond in this court unacceptable. You have repeatedly violated the conditions of this court, trying to use illness as a method of consuming alcohol. I cannot trust you to use the camera because you are not doing it as ordered. So I'm now ordering you to come and get a scram device on your ankle. And I'm going to tell you now, there's absolutely no tolerance. The next time you test positive for any kind of alcohol, any kind of substance that you're not supposed to be using, I'm going to put you in jail. And I don't care if counsel is up here crying, pleading, begging, this, that, it makes absolutely no difference to me. But using illness to be able to consume is unacceptable. And I'm not going to tolerate it any longer. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
He's got.
I'm modifying the conditions.
Travel pillow neck brace.
You must have the scram within the next 2 days. If you fail to have it, I'm going to revoke your bond.
Is that supposed to be an
we
oxygen?
We will continue with
tube?
court settings on the 13th. No more waived appearances. So he must appear here on that setting, and we will go forward.
2, 3, 4, 5,
How old
6,
is this
7,
case?
8, 9, 10, 11, possibly 12 medications. Some over the counter.
It's 88 days.
Yeah.
So
I see like Vicks,
I would
Vapor
suggest
Rub,
that we probably get moving
Robitussin,
on it, because if he
NyQuil.
does need treatment, prolonging the case is just.
Is he trying out for a part? in a
Delaying the
movie
inevitable.
as a patient?
Right. And I don't want to do that. If Mr. Kelly needs treatment, then I think that we need to get him moving on it. But when I find someone that continues to violate, that tells me a lot. So
tucked up in bed with the hot water bottle.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, you now are apprised of what your conditions are. No more violations. 3 strikes, you're out. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, are you reinstating? He has a warrant for his arrest now. Misdemeanor warrant for his arrest now.
Did I not reinstate it the other day? I thought I did.
Yesterday, Your Honor.
Well, it still shows up as of this morning.
Kelly?
And we know where he is.
Yeah, it is reinstated.
It's reinstated. I reinstated it yesterday. Yeah.
So Judge, are we taking away the portable and just adding the scram, or did you?
Correct. Yeah. There's no need for the portable if he's got the scram. But scram first, and then you take the portable off. Okay. And I keep a close eye, please, because I want to know if he has any more violations. That's it.
Okay. Let's pause here just for a second. With all those drugs behind him, you in the medical field, can anyone explain, is that okay? Is that normal? Is that normal for anyone in recovery? Apparently he had a surgery. Is that normal for, I don't know, 15 medications, including some over the counter? You can see in those boxes. I think he's got some cough syrup in there, Vicks Vapor Rub. Thank you. He must have had like a full all organ transplant for that. He looks amazingly alert and awake.
Good morning. I have Mr. Jordan Garcia.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That's my internet bill. Yay! I have to pay that one. You pay all the bills, but I have to pay that one first. Let's see. We are. Oh, Amber's coming in. Hang on. Hey, Amber. Is there another one?
Hey. No, that was the one that I had told Josh about, because I was doing some work, behind the scenes, and was listening to Fleischer in the background, and I was listening to the buildup of the attorney. Now, keep in mind, the attorney allegedly went to see him to pick him up that morning.
And
he bought it.
The attorney saw that and he's like, yep, I've seen this before. This is somebody on death's door. This is, send in the hospice. This is all we can do right now is call the priest and and just pray. That's it, because he's in a bad way. He had the porta potty. He had the urinal. Yeah, he was in a bad way. He had the porta potty. Has this lawyer never chased an ambulance before? There are people in much worse condition than this.
And the surgery cap.
Yes. It's like, why? And the travel, like the airplane pillow for when you travel and you fall asleep so your head doesn't get a kink in it.
Now, for the buildup of everything leading up to before he gets on the Zoom screen, I was invested. If he's this sick, okay, granted, you got a violation because you had alcohol in your system and you're supposedly this sick. is that related to why you're so sick? Is because of the alcohol? I mean, that's plausible. And then he comes on screen, and I just busted out laughing. This was just before podcast last night.
It is.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, I gotta share this and get that tape.
And for all the props he had, his acting skills were none. Zero. He's all prop, no actor. He's got the whole pharmacy behind him. He's got the bedpan, the porta potty. He must have spent his entire paycheck down at Walgreens just getting anything you can find in the home health care side. And then he sets up the shot. He's got like the zoom shot, and it's I think, I'm not sure if it was actually an oxygen or if it was just this like a string to keep the hairnet in place that he had under his nose. It's like good enough. It's zoom. No one can tell. But then he gets on. They're like, "Yeah, Judge, I'm here. Yep. What's up? Huh? Oh, no drinking? Oh, okay, cool. All right. Pass me the remote. Hand me the Xbox controller. Court's over. I'm gonna go back. Send me that bottle as well." Oh my goodness. I'm not buying it. I realized.
I'm glad y'all got a kick out of it like I did. We had to watch it. Just to remind everybody, I just posted another link in chat. That is the nomination form that we talked about yesterday. Yes. So please make sure you go in and send in your suggestions for best of or worst of
highlights
with all of the details.
Highlights of the year. I'm not sure what we're going to call this, the Addict Awards, or if there's something more creative out there, I would definitely defer to that. But Josh sent us another one. Oh my goodness.
So I do have a question, because I can see the responses and such. I happened to notice this morning there was a submission nominating you.
Oh, good.
For something.
Oh, good.
And then I saw it was submitted by Recovery Addict.
I nominated something?
You nominated yourself. So I don't know if that was somebody that had sent it to the burner phone or something, and you were submitting their submission for them.
I have not filled it out.
Okay, so
I got spoofed.
Somebody,
my identity has been stolen. Call the CIA. I'm betting it's Adam. Sorry, Adam. Somebody is.
It literally
somebody impersonating
says, your name, Recovery Addict. Who do you nominate? Scott McIntyre.
Adam?
It's an interesting submission.
Did Mrs. R.A. send it in? Now I'm curious what it's for. I mean, we can't spoil it right now. We've got to wait till the end of the year show. But I don't know. You know how they say no one's above the law? We can't get political here, but no one's above the law. I'm fair game for nomination, as are all of you. As are all of you. So don't think this is just like one-sided. I can... Red Pen might win something. I'm just saying. It's
okay, I gotta get back to work now.
Yeah, all right.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Thank you very much. We'll see you. Bye. Oh man. Okay. Let me do a quick search here. Josh just sent me another one. Okay, just trying to find this. This is from 1, 2. I see 2 days ago, Josh. I don't see 3 days ago. Oh, there's 3 days ago. Judge Sean Perkins. 4 hour, 7 minute mark. Well, that's a problem because he was only live for about a few minutes there. There's another one. Here we go. 4 hours, 7 minutes. Okay, we'll come in right here if that works. I could not work in a plexiglass cage like this. I would feel like a gerbil.
Christopher Bray is going to be up, and then still waiting on street court, Mr. Greer.
While he's waiting.
What is your date of birth, Mr. Gray?
What's my date of birth?
Kylie needs a holiday. Thank you very much for the generous super chat. I'm sorry for what's happening there.
Can you say that again?
Our thoughts and prayers are with you. Hopefully things are.
Go ahead, say what you were about to say.
Are looking.
I have a motion before the court, Your Honor.
Uh-oh. He's in a Vans shirt.
Let me first start. Do you need a lawyer, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
City of Detroit versus Christopher Bray. Case numbers SB 1357945 counts 1, 2, and 3. SB 1191985 counts 1 and counts 2. SB 1629749 counts 1 and counts 2. SB 1267865 counts 1 and counts 2 and counts 3. Appearance for the record, please. State your name for the record, please.
Christopher Lamar Gray.
All right, today is the date and time set for a pretrial, and then there's warrants on the other matters. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. I'm going to give you a $0 bond. And I'll recall the warrants. What is your motion, sir?
I have a motion to strike and dismiss.
What are the bases?
Basis of federal rules of civil procedure. Number one, there's no claim.
Civil.
There's no ratification of the claim.
Federal civil.
There is a claim. There is a. Do you want me to read out the? I waived the reading of the information. You want me to read the claims, the allegations that have been made into the record? Do you need me to do that?
No, I don't. No, I don't, Your Honor.
I deny your motion on that basis. What else do you have to say? What else?
You deny my motion because of what, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is no real.
I deny your motion because there is a and this is criminal procedure, not civil procedure. But I denied your motion because there is an allegation here.
You're saying, Your Honor, you're saying this is a criminal matter?
Yes.
Okay, well then we need the corpus delicti. And so that's what I'm asking for. If there was a criminal matter, basically what you're telling me is that something has happened, someone has either been damaged or someone has been or either someone has been damaged or someone has something has been come up missing. And if that's the case, then that means that there is a crime. And if there's a crime, then there is the what do you have that's saying that I did the crime? What you're saying that I created this crime that hurt this person. And if I hurt this person and I created the crime, then a third thing that you have to have is the identification of the person. You have the identification of the person, which is me, but you don't have a person saying that they were hurt or damaged, or the crime that's saying what I did to hurt or damage the person. So how do you have a crime?
Okay.
Judge,
you went to law school?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
I'm just as smart on my own.
Where did you get that? Where did you get that from? Where did you learn all that?
I've been studying for quite some time, trying to understand what's going on. I have a different perspective as to what's being said that happened. I'm understanding more the the procedure that is necessary for a crime to go for them to bring a crime forward. I'm understanding that a bit more.
Yeah.
And where did you get that understanding?
I've done some Cornell law studies. I've also sat down with a couple of friends who have had some issues. I picked up whenever I could, just started to study the law. I just started to go back through Cornell law, started to figure out what was going on and to understand the nature of how crimes, what a crime is and everything else. So just a course of me searching it out.
And you're citing Cornell law for all of that you just said to the court?
No, what I did, Your Honor, was I realized that one of the biggest portions that you have to have is you have to have the corpus delicti. And that is in when you're being charged criminally.
What is a corpus delicti?
What do you mean, what is the corpus delicti?
What is your understanding of what corpus delicti is?
That is the corpus delicti is the law that's saying that there is a crime that's being committed. So in order to do that, you have to show the corpus delicti, which is you saying this is what happened. This is how this person was damaged. There is no
the
person.
Officer on this day, on these dates, because I got a lot of them, said that
I object. I object. The officer works. Okay, I apologize, Your Honor. I apologize, Your Honor. My apologies.
The officer says that you drove a vehicle that wasn't registered and wasn't titled, or titled and or untitled, that you drove without a valid driver's license, that you drove without valid insurance. Again, on a different occasion, they allege that you drove without a valid driver's license and no insurance. And then on a different occasion, they allege that you drove without unregistered or untitled or both, and drove without a valid driver's license, repeat offender, that you failed to have a trailer plate, and that you failed to secure a loan on your vehicle. And on another occasion, on the same occasion that you failed to secure, that they allege you failed to secure the loan, failed to have a trailer plate on your vehicle, that you didn't provide a valid driver's license. So those are the crimes. And in the state of Michigan, whether you agree or not, they are crimes. So based on your motion and all of that stuff you talk about, corpus delicti and things like that, the court denies the motion, okay? Based on those reasons I just said. Now, how do you want to move forward? Because wait a minute, I'm not finished.
My apologies, Your Honor.
How do you want to move forward? Because in my experience, someone that comes into court, as you do, you do not want to take an offer. You do not believe that you need to have plates or registration or insurance, and you just disregard all of that portion of the law. And either you are going to move forward by having a trial, or you're going to take a deal. What do you want to do, sir?
Your Honor, first I want to put my objection on the record. And at that point,
whatever your objection is noted. What do you want to do, sir? Do you want a trial? You have two options: trial, or you want to take a deal.
Your Honor, I request a jury trial.
A jury trial.
A jury trial, yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Very
well. Ms. Mathis, I need a jury trial date. Please.
Please. Poor jury.
And if I may, Your Honor, what time is Mr. Gray presently docketed?
I don't even think it matters, but I'll tell you. I don't think it matters.
That guy looks like
he's got the newer cases and older cases are pre-trial at 8:35. Christopher Lamar Bray, and then he had some in warrant status. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cases into the record.
Isn't there a comedy sketch somebody named?
You know what I want to ask, Mr. Gray, and you can choose to answer it or not.
Yes, Your Honor.
But what I surmise and what I've heard, and I don't know if you're alleging the same thing, is that and you basically did allege the same thing, that no crime has been committed because no person has been
harmed.
The people of the state of Michigan are in danger of you driving without the proper documentation or anything like that. But I don't, and I'm gonna surmise, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you're gonna say that there's no jurisdiction to be able to pull you over because no one has been injured. Is that correct?
I think that what I'm saying is that the city of Detroit had an officer pull me over to say that you're not following these rules. And my stance is, okay, well, then that's fine. If we're following rules, then therefore, let me make sure that you as well as are following the rules, because if I don't do that, then freedoms are lost. So that is that is the way that I proceed, to say, okay, well then if we're playing cards and we playing show me yours, if this is your hand, then this is mine, and let's proceed accordingly to the law. That's it. That's my only standing is, if someone doesn't stand up every once in a while and define the edges, then they all disintegrate and people lose rights.
And you know something? With that being said, I would agree with you 1,000%. That's why I pride myself, and I hope I'm doing a good job for the citizens that come in here, and the police for that matter, and the prosecution, that I am calling the balls and strikes right. And if something doesn't proceed as it should, then I will dismiss the case one way or the other. But in my short time on this bench, and in my time at practicing law as a defense attorney, I get this, they can't pull me over. I've heard the corpus delicti, first time the civil procedure has been thrown at me. But from the way I see it, is that you just don't feel that the police have a jurisdiction to pull you over for these issues. Is that correct?
Do I have again, Your Honor, what I feel is that if we are following rules, that if I have to follow the rules, and every person out there, all of these officers, everybody else has to follow the rules. So if it comes down to it, what I'm gonna hope that you do by the time you come back on the trial date, jury trial date is going to be March the 18th, 2025. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're probably gonna have an audience because everybody follows me on these cases all the time.
I understand.
All right, and I don't know if that's what you want, but we're gonna do that.
It's not that.
March the 18th, 2025. We're gonna have a final pre-trial date. Final pre-trial. This is to you, Mr. Bowman, especially the day before, on February 17th, 2025 at 8:30. So Mr. Bray and Mr. Bowman, Mr. Bowman, I need you to have all your officers appear on that date. Who's ever going to state these allegations, so that we know that we're not just summoning the people of the city of Detroit to a jury that's not actually going to go. So all parties must appear, and that can be via Zoom. And the trial is going to be in person. All right? All parties must appear on final pretrial date and obviously on the trial date. And what I would implore you to do is you need to figure out the right game, because it doesn't sound like you're playing the right game.
I understand, Your Honor. I appreciate, first and foremost, let me say, I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate you sitting here and engaging with me at this level. So I recognize what you're saying, and I guess it's to the table we go. So.
Yeah, but get your game in order, because I'm just giving you a little heads up. If you come in with that game on the jury trial date, then more than likely you'll lose unless you can find one of those jurors or a couple of those jurors or even all of them to have some sympathy for you, sir. I don't know.
I got a whole basis for understanding, and so yeah, if you know it.
Well,
it
that
is
basis that you outlined shortly today is not. It's not.
What was flawed in my what was flawed, Your Honor? What is flawed in my?
We already discussed it. The federal rules of civil procedure that you brought up as a motion to dismiss, not the right basis. The corpus delicti, they do have a corpus delicti. They do have a crime that they say has been committed. And if you read the MCL, the Michigan court rules, and the Michigan statutes, then you'll see those crimes outlined there. They have them on the tickets. They got the statute numbers that are on the tickets. So that's not the right basis. So you're in a whole different ball game, and you need to come on to this ball game here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I guess we will have that discussion again. I appreciate it. I also want to say I recognize and honor your compassion that you sit on the bench with. I see it as you go out here and you judge our people. And so for all of that,
he's sucking up.
Kudos, man. That's for where you sit. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I appreciate
Yes,
that.
sir.
Mr. Bray,
Yes, sir.
we have a
Yes,
safe
sir.
happy holiday season, sir. And
You as well.
best of luck to you. I'll see you back on March the 17th, 2025 at 8:30 for a final pretrial.
March the 17th.
And let me say this, let me add to
Yes,
the record.
yes, Your Honor.
If there's any motions, those motions need to be in writing.
10 days within 10 days.
Let's put that on the record to a motion. Those motions need to be in writing. Have those motions to the court by February 14th, 2025.
March
And the
17th
response
and the 18th. Let's put this on the calendar.
will be February 21st.
We know it's going to be on Zoom because the officers are going to show up via Zoom.
On the final pretrial date of 3/17/2025. Again, all
Thank you,
parties
Your Honor.
listed here, Mr. Baldwin, all right?
Appreciate it. Happy holiday, Your Honor.
And just for the
You're
calendar,
muted, Mr. Baldwin.
just for the calendar, this
Motion date
is
is
courtroom
final
434
pretrial date of
in 36th
17th.
District Court, Chicago.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to add?
Doesn't he look like a
Thank
Key
you, Your
and
Honor,
Peele
but
guy?
let me make sure that my dates are correct, if I may. So the final pretrial date where everyone is present is on March 17th,
March 17th, 2025 at 8:30.
and the trial
Zoom.
date is March 18th, 25.
Yes, and that is in person.
Right. And the motion date filing is 2/14. The reply date is 2/21. All right, thank you.
Very good. All right. Let's pass the matter. Let's go back on the record. Now I have Ms. Barrett here with Mr. Gales wants a trial. Y'all couldn't work that out?
No, Judge, we couldn't work it out. But the next part of the story is I have an in-person hearing in one.
All right. We're gonna bail on that one. Those are great. Those are great. Thank you, Josh, for that one. I believe I actually watched that one live when that happened for some reason, but not on the feed here. All right, let's pop in and watch back a bit of this anniversary trial. See if we can get back to the openings here and see what's happening. This is day one, right? We're going to watch a little bit fast. Oops. Speed 1.25.
And he puts them in a plastic grocery bag. And he eventually throws those things away somewhere at a gas station. You'll see the numerous text messages that Mr. Ferlazzo sends to Emily over Emily's phone over the weekend. the same phone that he turned off and put in a bag and threw away. From Saturday at 1 o'clock until Monday at 10:30 in the morning, he sends 16 text messages to her phone, asking where she is, asking her to come back, getting angry with her for not answering his calls or his text, and eventually telling her that he doesn't deserve this shit. You'll hear testimony from the medical examiner about how Emily's body was dismembered after she was killed with a serrated tool like a handsaw. You'll also hear that Emily's body was stabbed 18 times after she was killed. 1 stab to her chest, hitting her heart, 8 stabs to her abdomen, 9 stabs to her back. The medical examiner will tell you that these were stab wounds, not slicing wounds. And you'll hear Mr. Ferlazzo admit to cutting up Emily's body with a saw, putting it in garbage bags, and how he intended to bring her body into the woods and discard it. You'll hear how he greets his sister on Saturday morning after killing Emily with a text and says, "I just made some coffee. I can bring you some." He takes a shower at her Airbnb. They go to breakfast. When his sister asks where Emily is, he says she's sleeping. They have breakfast, he eats, he drinks a mimosa. They make plans to go to St. Albans, where another friend of his lives. He gives his sister a tattoo. They go out to dinner that night in St. Albans. On Sunday, he meets his sister for brunch here in Burlington. They hang out. He goes back to his friend's house in St. Albans, hangs out at a bonfire. You will hear testimony from an individual who was at that bonfire, an off-duty police officer, who will say that Mr. Ferlazzo was acting like a normal person and taking hits off a marijuana bomb at the bonfire.
Hang on, there was
During
a
that
cop
bonfire,
there?
He doesn't say anything
There was
to
a
any
cop
of his
there at that
friends
party?
or this off-duty police officer about what happened, or that he felt he had no other option but to kill Emily, or that he made a horrible mistake. The evidence will show that he began executing his plan to get rid of Emily's body. He cuts her up using a saw. He puts her body in trash bags. The evidence will show that in order to bring those trash bags into the woods to discard them, he needed to go to New Hampshire and get his Jeep. He drove his motorcycle that was stored at his friend's house in St. Albans 3 hours to his in-laws' house in New Hampshire where his Jeep was. When they ask him, "Where's Emily?" he says, "We got into a fight and she left on Saturday." He doesn't know where she is. His in-laws then report Emily missing. When the police call to speak to Mr. Ferlazzo about his missing wife, Mr. Ferlazzo tells the trooper the made-up story about how Emily went missing on Saturday, somewhere in Bolton, and the police ask him where his van is. Mr. Ferlazzo lies to the police and tells them that the van's not running well and that it is at an auto shop. He tells them that that auto shop is in Virgins. The evidence will show that this is when Mr. Ferlazzo's cover-up starts unraveling. The evidence will show that before Mr. Ferlazzo left his in-laws' home in St. Albans, they convinced him to turn on location sharing services on his phone. He started driving from New Hampshire back to Vermont around 8:15 on Monday night. On the way, he texts a friend who lives in Enosburg and says that he's going to be showing up at his house on Monday night at 11:20. While Mr. Ferlazzo is driving from New Hampshire to Vermont, police learn that the van is not in Virgins, and they locate the van in St. Albans. And they post a couple of troopers outside of the van. Mr. Ferlazzo eventually arrives at his friend's house in Enosburg. They hop in his friend's car because Mr. Ferlazzo has said, "I need a ride to go get my van." As they're driving and getting close to where the van is parked at his friend's house in St. Albans, they start to see troopers. Mr. Ferlazzo tells his friend to turn around. His friend confronts him about what's going on, asking him if those troopers are for him. Mr. Ferlazzo tells his friend the police are looking for Emily, that she's in the van, that she's not alive, and that he shot her.
Whoa.
When his friend attempts to kick him out of his car, Mr. Ferlazzo starts panicking, acting like he's going to jump out of the car, asks his friend to shoot him, and says he can't go to prison. His friend calls 911 as Mr. Ferlazzo walks off into the woods.
If you were a good friend, you won't let them get me?
You'll hear about how after that 911 call, the police start looking for Mr. Ferlazzo. And you'll hear that about 14 hours later, a detective from the Vermont State Police was at the Maple Fields in St. Albans. You'll hear about her seeing Mr. Ferlazzo getting a drink out of the cooler at the Maple Fields. And you'll hear about Mr. Ferlazzo being approached by the troopers, and that trooper will describe that Mr. Ferlazzo appeared deflated and looked like he had given up. She brought him back to the station, and he sat down with detectives for an interview. 42 seconds into the interview, he confesses to shooting Emily.
Why are we having a trial?
You will hear that confession, and you will see how detailed, thoughtful, and thorough his conversation is. He has time to think about what he's going to say. He's given numerous breaks. He has time to contemplate. He has time to change his story or correct inaccuracies. At no point during his statement will you ever hear him say that he thought Emily was going to kill him, hurt him, or that she posed any threat to him. In fact, at numerous points during his statement, you will hear him talk about how angry he was with her, and how he wanted to stop her, and how he made a decision. As you're taking in all of the evidence over the next couple of days, I want you to pay close attention to what you hear and also what you don't hear. You won't hear or see any evidence that indicates that this was a lawful or justified killing. You won't see any evidence that indicates that Emily posed a threat to him. You won't see any evidence that indicates that Mr. Ferlazzo couldn't make decisions, couldn't think straight, couldn't form intent to kill. In fact, you'll hear the opposite. After all the evidence is presented, Judge Pack will read you the law. He'll read instructions on the essential elements of the offense and provide definitions of those legal terms.
I thought that was the judge.
You will be asked to decide whether the state has met its burden of proving these essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and we are confident that we can and will meet that burden. The state will meet its burden and show beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo was the person who committed this offense, that Mr. Ferlazzo caused the death of his wife, Emily Ferlazzo, that Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Emily was unlawful, meaning there was no legal justification for it, that he intended to kill Emily, meaning it wasn't a mistake, it wasn't an accident, that he acted willfully, that he acted deliberately, and that he acted with premeditation. And we believe that this evidence will prove, well, beyond a reasonable doubt to every single one of you serving on this jury, that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of the unlawful, intentional, willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of Emily. And we will be asking you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
So apparently this courtroom operates just on ambient light.
Ms. Jantz, do you wish to make an opening?
Yes, Judge, I do. Thank you.
There's our defendant over there. Apparently confessed to his friend, confessed to the police, but now is probably recanting that confession and trying to have a day in court.
That's it. You're dead. That's it. You're dead. That's what Joseph Ferlazzo now remembers, hearing Emily say to him, and then seeing her start to pull her pistol out from under her pillow, because these are people who slept with their guns under their pillows.
They slept with guns under their pillows?
He was afraid for his life, believed she was going to shoot and kill him. That's it. You're dead, she said to him. And he shot her twice in the head. This weekend, prior to this weekend, they had been living with her parents in New Hampshire for about a month.
You can't
You can't hear me.
Yeah.
I apologize.
If you want to put the...
I'll just move this up.
Yeah.
They've been refitting a camper to turn it into a residence. They actually had a name for it, Roaming Rosie. You'll hear him testify. And it was something they planned to go cross-country up and down the East Coast. This weekend was a trip to Vermont to celebrate their one-year anniversary and to spend time with his sister Nikki, who he hadn't seen in years. His sister rented an Airbnb in Bolton, and they parked their camper in the parking lot of the Airbnb in Bolton. The drive up here from New Hampshire was great. They were both in a good mood. Mr. Ferlazzo, Joseph, was looking forward to spending time with his sister, and Emily seemed to be in a good mood. He will tell you, the minute they parked, it was like a switch flipped, and she started complaining. F this, F you, F your family, I don't want to be here, I'm going to destroy your life. And that just went on and on and on. That was late in the afternoon, I believe, on Friday the 16th. Mr. Ferlazzo did contact his sister. They made arrangements to meet. He did meet with his sister and her boyfriend. Emily was quiet. And when they got back to the camper from seeing his sister, she started again. He put on some he lit some candles because there was, he wanted to have candlelight. She didn't like it.
Like the courtroom has
Put those candles out. He did. She grabbed the big Yankee candle and started hitting him with it. Head, neck, shoulders, torso. He took the candle from her, but that didn't stop her. She continued kicking him, punching him all over his body. He will tell you he grabbed her arms and say, hey, you stay in your space, I'll stay in mine. This is not acceptable. And he took his dog Remy out for a walk. He came back, she was lying down in bed. And you will see pictures of their camper. It's really small. The way the bed is arranged is that it's flush against the back of the camper. His side of the bed was against the back of the camper. Her side was closer to the inside of the camper. In order to get into his side of the bed, he had to climb across her. So he comes back in, and she's still grumbling and mumbling, and I don't want to do this, F you, all over the place. And he starts climbing across her to get into bed. As he does, so she's lying on her stomach, face to the left, right arm under her pillow. She takes her elbow and smashes it into his groin. She does say something like, what the fuck? Smashes her elbow into his groin. He picks up the pillow and throws it on her head. That's when she says, that's it, you're dead. Starts to raise up, starts to pull out the gun. He, of course, has his gun in his hand, because that's what these two people did. They
walked around,
sleep with their guns for self-protection. He already had his Glock in his hand. He saw her hand start to move out from under the pillow, and he shot her twice and killed her. That's not in dispute. What happened is not in dispute. It's why it happened. After he shot her, he really was in a state of panic and shock. He will tell you he loved his wife. This is hardly something that on the weekend they were celebrating their anniversary he planned or intended or wanted. He did not want this. You will hear how he sat by her bedside, just in panic and not knowing what to do. He did go to, just as the state told you, he went to meet his sister for breakfast. He carried on for the rest of the weekend as normally as he could. And he did a pretty good job of it in that he lied repeatedly, and he will admit that. He lied to everyone he came in contact with about what happened to Emily. His explanations are varied. He says, I was sleep deprived, I was intoxicated, I was in shock. He will tell you that even now, his memory of what happened is fragmented, coming to him in bits and pieces.
But it's true now.
It is true that he told the police nothing about what I've just described to you, and that it was weeks later that it began coming back to him in the form of nightmares, that he could see her pulling the gun out to shoot him. You, as finders of fact, will have to decide what you think is true and what isn't true. But there's not much that's in dispute about what happened. He will explain to you the reasons for the stab wounds and the dismemberment. But the truth is that he himself he's trying to put all the pieces together. And what he knows for sure is that he shot her in self-defense because he believed at the time that she was going to kill him.
Pause. This is the craziest attempt at a self-defense claim ever. He gave two statements, one to a friend, one to police, saying, I did it, I shot her, she's dead in the van, or here's a full confession, here's what happened. And then after that, weeks later, it came to him and he remembered that it was self-defense. Oh yeah, wait. I did have my gun in my hand. I remember that part. That part was true, but she drew on me first. And that's all I can remember. I just know it was self-defense. That was it. This is not going to go well.
You. Let me just make sure I didn't forget anything before I ask you to find not guilty. Yep.
He can't even look at the jury as that story's told
It'll be
to
up to you
them.
to decide what you believe is true and what isn't true. Is he just making up a story now to get away with it? Or is there more to the story than what the state would have you believe? We think once you've heard all the evidence, including hearing from Mr. Ferlazzo about what happened, that you will believe Joseph and acquit him of the charge of first-degree murder.
Joseph does have a man bun, but it's low
Thank you,
on the
Mr.
back. It's called a pony bun. It's like a ponytail, but it's a
Is the
man
state
bun
ready with its
ponytail.
first witness?
Pony bun.
We are, Judge. We just need to get her.
Yep. So I think we were going to take a 5-minute break here. We don't usually take breaks this quickly, but since the first witness is... Do we need?
No, I think the court needed to, I think we should take a break, Judge.
Okay. And then we will take a 5-minute break just to set up the first witness. First witness, by agreement to the parties, will be conducted through WebEx on the screen. So that will take just a couple of minutes to set up. And we'll be back with you shortly.
All right. Karate Cat Mom says I'm wearing a punny bone now. Okay. Apparently the fire alarm is our point of interest. We're going to stay focused on that during the interims. We're going to skip on the fire alarm for just a minute. There we go. All right, break time's over. It's the gallery. We're going to get a nice reflection on that TV. I can tell already. We can't close the windows because we have no other lights in this courtroom, apparently. Okay, so shot twice in the back of the head, or shot twice in the head, stabbed.
Resume the matter now. State versus Joseph Ferlazzo.
7 to 11 times.
Is the state ready to
and
call its
dismembered,
first witness?
all in self-defense.
Okay, please proceed.
Rogro, thanks for the gifted 5 memberships. Appreciate that. Oh, I've got a spam caller. I'm not in the mood right now. It's the Christmas season. Let me pause for just a second. Hey, Patricia, I didn't try to attack you in any way. Patricia Cisco, thank you. I'm not saying that it's impossible for somebody to have a lot of medicals and have medical conditions. I'm just saying that particular defendant looks like he had staged a room with a backdrop of pharmacy, medication, the surgery cap, the travel neck brace, the bed, clearly the porta potty, the urinal. I believe that, and the fact that, combine that with the fact that his lawyer couldn't list a single thing that was wrong with him other than what the props he had in the room, and then his demeanor on the web, on the Zoom itself, where he was fully alert, awake, and everything else. My experience with court, my spidey senses were tingling on that one. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's impossible for somebody to be on medications. Clearly, obviously, you've got information otherwise to that. That's all. That's all we meant by that. Hopefully, no offense was taken there. I'm laughing because he expected people to believe that was true.
Yes.
We know
and I'm
what's
calling
going on.
that was
George is
bogus.
the witness.
Change in order.
The judge doesn't believe it. I don't believe it. He has a history of skipping out on court and not showing up, and this was his latest excuse. I'm saying all the evidence points to the fact that is not what it appeared, what he wanted it to appear to be. Small courtroom here with some very uncomfortable benches.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, but we're
I don't know if they're built out of pallets or what, but not designed for comfort.
She's here. She's walking. She has a service dog, so she's
okay.
Sorry, we've been jumping around a little bit today. Here's our next witness. First one in person. This is witness number 2. Is that a necklace leash?
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth and everything is down to you perjury. Thank you.
There's a service dog there. It looks like she has the leash for the dog on a necklace, like a lanyard that goes around the neck down to the dog. I've never seen that before.
Can you hear me okay?
No. Try to keep your voice up as much as possible. Speak directly into it.
Okay.
Okay? So that everybody in the back can hear you, okay? The jury can hear you. Okay. You start by just telling us what your name is.
My name is Adrian Bass.
And how do you spell your last name?
B-A-S-S.
Okay. And do you know David Bass?
Yes.
Okay. Who is David Bass?
He's my husband.
Okay. And how long have you been married?
5 years.
Okay. Where did you reside in October of 2021?
In 185 Bay Hill Road, Northfield, New Hampshire.
Okay. And you resided there with David?
Yes.
Did you reside there with anyone else?
Yes.
Who else did you reside there with?
My son, Matthew, and my daughter, Emily, as well as Mr. Ferlazzo.
Okay. When was your daughter Emily born?
July 25th, 1999.
Okay. And when did Emily marry Joseph Ferlazzo?
October 10th, 2020.
2020? Okay. How long had they been dating when they got married?
Only a few months.
At the time that they got married, had you met Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
How many times?
I only remember one time, but it may have been another time.
Okay. So did you know him well when they got married?
No.
Okay. When did they move in with you in Northfield, New Hampshire?
So Emily had moved back in April of 2021. She made that her legal address again, and then he moved in September 13th, 2021.
Okay. So Emily moved back in April. Where was Mr. Ferlazzo residing when she moved back in with you?
I'm not entirely sure if he was still in their Essex Junction apartment or if he was on the Lang's property.
Okay. Do you know the Langs?
No.
Okay. Do you know where they live?
Yes.
Where do they live?
Judge, can I interrupt for just a second and approach, please?
Little sidebar here. I'll say the opening statement from the defense attorney did not carry with it the conviction that made me feel the defense attorney believed the story she was telling. This is day one. We're a little bit behind. That's why we're on 1.25 speed. Any magical skills to lower the keyboard noises? Only if it could be there in person with a hammer. Yes, we've got a what happens is they'll put a microphone on a desk that's the same desk they're typing on. The sound carries through the...
Sorry.
It's okay.
Unfortunately, we'll get that throughout the trial.
Can you also spell your first name for us?
Yes, Adrienne. That's a lot louder.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention to October 15th of 2021.
Okay.
Did you see Emily and Joseph on that day?
Yes.
And what do you recall about your interactions with them that day?
They were preparing to go on a trip to Bolton Valley, Vermont. And
let me ask you what their trip was?
yes,
What?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay. I think her breathing is picking up louder than the words she's saying. It's not easy.
Okay.
But we'll keep going.
My nose.
No, I think because it's a little louder now, you don't have to be quite so close.
Okay.
It's also missing the windscreen. So
They're
it
planning
rips
on
that
going
off.
to a trip to Vermont.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that trip?
The purpose was twofold. One was Emily was excited to meet her sister-in-law, Nikki. She hadn't met her yet. And the other was to celebrate their 1-year wedding anniversary.
Do you know how long they plan to stay in Vermont?
Until Monday.
Okay. And did they intend on coming back to New Hampshire on Monday?
Yes.
Did you see them leave?
No.
Okay. Did Emily seem excited to leave, to go on the trip?
She was excited to see her sister-in-law, but it seemed to be taking longer to get the bus ready. So she seemed, I don't know how to describe it. She wasn't upset, but sort of just, what's going on? When are we going?
Okay. Anxious to go.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know. Maybe I was up too late or something. I'm a little bit grouchy. I'm handing out 24-hour timeouts. If you've got a complaint, look, I try my best here. The mods try their best. We are not perfect. If you want to be offended and bring it up and drag it out and chat, take it somewhere else. Take it somewhere else. I'm not putting up with it. Not today. We are an amazing group. We can have fun. Sometimes the things we watch and talk about are close to home for other people and not. We try to do it in a sensitive way. I think what we did today was perfectly appropriate and not demeaning in any way. And I stand by what we did. But don't drag it into chat. If you have a question, take it up with me on the burner phone. That's what it's for. We'll deal with it there. But if you have a problem with the mods and the work they do, which they do for free and have been doing for years on this channel, and you want to drag it out in chat, there are other channels to watch, and I'll be the first one to say, we'll miss you, but take it somewhere else. That's not the place for it. Thank you.
Did you speak to Emily once they had left?
Through Messenger.
Okay. Do you recall when the last time was that you heard from her?
It was around 7:45 that night.
Okay, and that was through Messenger?
Yes.
Messenger. Did you speak to Joseph once they had left?
No.
So you didn't speak to Emily or hear from Emily after 7:45 or 8 on Friday night?
Correct.
And did you hear from Emily at all on Saturday, the 16th?
No.
Did you hear from Joseph at all on Saturday, the 16th?
No.
Did you speak with Emily at all on Sunday, October 17th?
No.
Did you hear from Mr. Ferlazzo at all on Sunday, the 17th?
No.
Did you speak to Emily on Monday, the 18th?
No.
Did you hear from Mr. Ferlazzo on Monday, the 18th?
Yes.
Did he call you from Vermont?
No.
How did you happen to hear from him on Monday?
He walked into our house.
In New Hampshire?
In New Hampshire.
Do you recall when?
It was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And was Emily with him?
No.
Did you ask him where Emily was?
Yes.
What explanation did he give you about why Emily wasn't with him?
That they had an argument, and she got out of the bus on Route 2. He drove away to a gas station to let her cool off, and then he came back. She was gone. He had then said that she had mentioned something about getting an Uber, so he thought that's what she did.
Okay. Did he tell you when this happened?
Saturday afternoon.
Did he tell you where the van, or I should ask first, was he in the van when he came to your house?
No.
What was he on?
He was on the Ducati Monster motorcycle.
Okay. And this was in mid-October, correct?
Yes.
Ducati Monster.
Did he tell you why
It's
he
a fast
was in
bike.
the van?
No.
Did he tell you where the van
Isn't
was?
that they call
I
it a
asked
naked
him
bike,
two different
right? Is that one
times,
stripped down?
and he told me two different answers. One was New Haven, and the other is at a garage of somebody, I believe, named Kurt.
Someone named Kurt? Okay. Were either of those locations that he gave you his friend's house in St. Albans?
No.
Okay. What did you observe about him when he arrived?
Thanks for the kind word, guys. Let's just
He
focus on
was
the trial
shaking.
here. That's what we come for.
I interpreted that as he was cold because he had just driven from Vermont.
Dilly,
his
thank you.
motorcycle.
What did, based on his observations, what did you say to him?
I suggested he take a shower, and then we would talk more about Emily.
Okay. And before he took a shower, did he give you anything?
He gave me Emily's driver's license.
How did that happen?
He had put his hand in his pocket and pulled it out and seemed surprised that it was there and handed it to me. And I believe I asked him why he had it, and he said that they had gone to buy alcohol and Emily gave it to him just in case they needed to see it.
Because he didn't have one?
I'm going to show you what's marked in States 2. Okay?
He gave the victim's mom her driver's license while still lying about
Tell the jury what this is.
the fact that he had killed
That
her.
is my daughter Emily's most recent driver's license.
Is this the driver's license that you would allow to use?
Yes. Yes.
I have no objection, but I am having a little trouble hearing.
Okay. States 2 is admitted without objection. Why don't you bring it up? And just do your best to keep that voice up. And Ms. Jantz, if you have continued, let us know so
Thank you.
we make sure you can hear.
Jurors are also having.
Obviously, the jurors, you can raise a hand if you're unable to hear in the back as well, because we want to make sure everybody hears all of the testimony.
We can't hear the questions.
When Mr. Ferlazzo was at your house, had the police been contacted at all about Emily?
Bug Duggar, thank you.
Objection. Unless she's going to testify that he told her one way or the other whether they had been contacted, I don't know how she would know. And it's a leading question.
We'll sustain it as asked. Sustain the objection.
Were you aware of whether the police had been called?
Same objection.
Foundationally, we'll sustain the objection.
Did Joseph tell you that he called the police?
He did not.
Okay. And did you call the police?
My husband, David Bass, called the police with me.
Okay. And what police agency did you call?
I believe we spoke to both the New Hampshire State Police and the Vermont State Police.
Okay. And did the Vermont State Police ultimately speak to Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
And was he at your house when that occurred?
Yes.
How long did Mr. Ferlazzo stay at your residence?
Until about 8 o'clock.
How long after speaking to the police did he leave your residence?
It wasn't very long.
Ricky, thank you very much for your
What did he
generosity.
do while he was at your residence?
He took a shower. He ate the dinner that David had made for us. He obviously spoke to the police. He changed his clothes. Spoke to us. Answered the questions that we asked him.
Do you recall what dinner he ate?
It was some sort of pasta and sauce.
Okay. And when he ultimately left, after speaking to the police, did he say why he was leaving?
Yes.
Why did he say he was leaving?
He said that he had work to do in Vermont. He had tattoos to finish.
Before he left, did he agree to anything related to his phone?
I believe my husband, David Bass, was able to get him to share his location. They shared their locations with each other. My intention was to help make sure that the sentiment was to make sure he got to where he was going safely.
Okay. And that was in Vermont?
Yes.
Did he leave on the same motorcycle that he arrived on?
No.
What did he leave with?
The red Jeep Wrangler.
Okay. And that was his Jeep?
Yes.
And it was at your house?
It was.
And
this
how long
guy.
had that Jeep been at your residence?
Less than a month.
Do you know whether he owned any other motor vehicles? Any vehicles, not motorcycles?
He owned the converted bus.
And
Van.
I think, forgive me if you already answered this, do you recall what time he left your residence on Monday?
It was around 8 p.m.
Okay. And did you ever see Mr. Ferlazzo again after that?
No.
I wonder what color the bus was.
And did you ever hear from him again after that?
No.
Selena K, thanks for gifting 5 memberships.
Did you ever see Emily with a firearm?
No.
Did you?
Judge, these are leading questions. Did you ever see her with a firearm? Is a yes or no leading question.
There are certain, I'll overrule you.
Thank you.
Patricia, thank you very much. Congratulations on 14 months.
To
It's
your
all good.
knowledge, did she own one?
No.
We're moving on.
Those are all the questions that I have from staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jantz, do you have cross?
Thank you.
Good morning.
And I understand and appreciate how difficult this is for you.
Thank you.
It's obvious to all of us how deeply troubling and emotional this is for you. So I'm going to try and do my best not to upset you any more than you already are.
The lady who complained that she couldn't hear
I can't hear you.
is the quietest yet.
You can't hear me? Okay. I just was telling Ms. Bass that I appreciate how hard this is for her to appear today and talk about this. Prior to their, so I think you said you met Joseph once before she and Emily got married. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you said that your impression was he was quiet. Is that right?
I don't remember if that's what I said.
You didn't dislike him, did you?
No, not at that point.
Did you? You liked him, didn't you?
I didn't know him at that point.
But you knew Emily liked him, right?
Yes.
And I think you said if she liked him, then you were willing to go along with that. Is that about right?
Yes.
So you had, prior to their marriage, you were not, you thought they were happy together. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did there come a point when you thought that they were having trouble as a couple?
Yes.
When was that?
The New Year's Eve, 2021.
New Year's Eve 2021?
Yes.
I'm talking about before Emily's death, which was October 2021.
Sorry, October
2020.
Yes, 2020.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. Help me.
What did you see or observe that led you to the conclusion that their marriage might be having some problems?
So it was a phone call from Emily near midnight stating that she had been in a fight with him and that he had pushed her and she was crying. And then later she went into a room to be by herself away from him. And
something she told you?
Yes.
Okay.
And
in this same phone conversation?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And then she recorded herself in that separate room with him on the other side talking to her.
Were they arguing?
She wasn't saying anything to him, but he seemed to be upset that she was in a separate room from him.
What did you hear that led you to that conclusion?
I don't remember exactly what was said.
And after that, were there periods of time when
Thank you,
Emily
Holly.
was considering divorce?
That was really kind.
Yes.
10 memberships.
But as far as you know, that happened more than once that she talked about a divorce, right?
Yes.
But they always reconciled, is that right as well?
Yes.
And you said that Ms. Joseph gave you Emily's driver's license in connection with the purchase of alcohol. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? They drank alcohol together, didn't they?
I believe so.
Vodka and wine? Is that your recollection?
I'm aware of the vodka. I'm not sure about the wine or any other specific types of alcohol.
And this was when they were living in your house, correct?
Yes.
Do you know of any other times when they consumed alcohol? And if you do, how do you know?
Yes. That night, the New Year's Eve night, Emily told me that she'd had some vodka.
Vodka? Was it your impression when they were living in your house that they drank to excess?
I didn't see them drink a lot at all.
At all? Okay. So how do you know that they drank vodka while they were living in your house if you didn't see them drinking?
I didn't see them drinking excessively.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I want to hear more about why they carried guns and
So,
slept with them under their
prior to
pillows.
the day that they left your house to come to Vermont, you testified on direct examination that Emily was upset that it was taking so long for the camper to be ready. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you see her say or do that led you to that conclusion?
She seemed, how to describe it? Not necessarily frustrated, but confused as to why it was taking so long for him to get the bus ready. She said she thought that it was ready, but he kept doing different things in the bus and wasn't ready to go.
Okay, so you just said she seemed confused and frustrated. How did she express that? For example,
she told me. She said that she doesn't know why the bus isn't ready yet. I thought we were going to go at this time, and he's still doing things.
Was she easily frustrated in your experience?
No, it depends on the mood.
On the mood?
Yeah. What's going on? Is she tired?
I'm sorry.
If she's tired,
she would be more easily frustrated.
Sure.
I think that's normal.
Yeah.
Other than the phone call you've described to us where of New Year's Eve, did you ever see Emily and Joseph arguing?
When he or Emily were driving me places, when she was driving, he would do things like grab the steering wheel on her, change the station, poke at her body.
So I'm going to use a word. He was like heckling her. Is that right? Something to that effect, or is that too benign a word to describe what his actions were? Heckling.
I can say when observing that situation, I was very concerned about our safety.
Okay. How did Emily react?
She was telling him to stop.
Okay. Was he laughing, or did he, for example, do you think it was a joke?
I don't remember hearing him laughing.
Okay. Did you ever observe any marks on her body?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how she got those marks?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
The gouges down her chest, she said that she acquired them from their dog. The handprint bruise on the back of her arm, she would not tell me where it came from. And then there are many bruises on her thighs. She said that they came from rough sex.
Rough sex. Did she ever tell you that Joseph had physically abused her, other than the phone call on New Year's Eve that you told us about?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or she never did?
I don't recall.
Okay. You'd remember though, wouldn't you?
I would think so.
Yeah, because you remembered the New Year's Eve call.
Because it was New Year's Eve and it was a big deal.
It was a big deal. And she's your daughter. So you would remember if she'd ever told you about any other instance. May I have a moment? I don't have anything else, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The defendant going to the
I don't have anything else.
Thanks so much.
the victim's house and eating dinner with them, all while saying that she had just left him. And when he knew all along that she was dead. That was just next level
Judge, can you take a
cringe.
What?
morning break?
I'm taking a shower.
It's 11.
You can leave if you need to leave for 2 minutes.
Our next witness is coming at 11, Judge. So
Oh, you don't have your next witness yet?
no, but
If we could take a
we are
break.
really ahead of schedule. We know we'll get through a lot of witnesses today.
Okay.
5 minutes?
Yeah, we'll take a break till 11.
Okay, thank you.
Jury gets some exercise. Thank you, folks.
Jury gets to run around. Okay, while they're on break, we're going to fast forward because we can. Give us a minute here. This is an interesting case. We're going to hear. First of all, there's a claim of self-defense, and because of that, we know we're going to hear from the defendant. But we're also going to hear confessions. We're going to hear a friend testify that he told him everything that happened, that he killed her, and that she's in the vehicle or something and was trying to get rid of the body. We're going to hear that. We're going to hear the confession, which I believe was probably recorded at the police station. And then after all those, a week or two after, then he comes forward and says, oh, by the way, I remember it was self-defense. I'm not thinking that's going to be believable here. Oh, good. Let's zoom in on the notes here. Okay, so what the cameraman was doing was not trying to read the lawyer's notes. The cameraman was getting what's called a white balance, but that was the wrong place to white balance. All right, we're waiting for the audio to kick back on after the break. It does smell funny. The story doesn't quite add up very well. White balance the wall. I think the wall's off-white. It's terrible lighting in here as well. Copristic says, I volunteer as tribute to white balance on me. Yes, on YouTube has added a custom playback speed. So while we are playing 1.25 speed in court, if you want to slow it down a little bit on your end, you can. Just know that in chat you'll be a little bit off, where you'll be behind everybody else.
Please be seated. All jurors are accounted for. We're back on the record in State versus Joseph Ferlazzo. The state will call its next witness. All parties are present, including Mr. Ferlazzo.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kaylee Cataract.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now and consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and that the names shall be approved.
I do.
Good morning. Can you state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Kaylee Cataract. My first name is Kaylie. My last name is Cadoretete.
And Ms. Carteret, before we get started, I just want to ask you to please keep your voice up because the jurors are having some difficulty hearing us today. Thank you. Ms. Carteret, what town do you live in?
I live in Brattleboro.
How long have you lived there?
A little over a year.
Where did you live before that?
St. Albans.
Where were you living in October of 2021?
St. Albans.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
About 6 years now.
I wasn't expecting that.
What police agency do you work for?
I work for Wilmington Police Department. Wilmington Police Department.
Have you worked for other police agencies?
Yes, I have.
And what other agencies?
I worked for St. Albans before Wilmington.
And were you working as a St. Albans police officer in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
We're
Where
about
did you
an
grow
hour
up?
behind.
St. Albans.
Do you know people by the name of Sarah and Jason Lang?
Yes, I do.
How do you know them?
They are the mother and stepfather of one of my best friends from childhood.
And who is that?
Alex Giro.
Where do the Langs live?
They live on Meadowbrook Lane in St. Albans.
Have you been to their home?
Yes.
Do you recall being at the Langs' home in St. Albans on October 19th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Sunday.
Why were you at the Langs' home?
I was there just to spend time with Alex and his parents.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I think I arrived around 7 p.m.
And when you arrived, who was there?
Alex was there, Sarah was there, and Jason was there.
At some point during the evening, did somebody else arrive?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Joseph Ferlazzo.
Did you know Joseph Ferlazzo at the time?
At the time, no.
Had you met him before?
I found out later that I had met him briefly before.
Was he alone?
Yes.
Do you see the person who you saw that evening in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you
Thank you, Patricia.
Point to that
Love having
person
you here.
and describe where they are sitting and an article of clothing that they're wearing?
He's in the middle seat at that table and he's wearing a blue shirt.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So reflected.
She was at the party.
Did you
So she's
spend
not-
the evening
she's not
at the Langs' house in
testifying
St. Albans?
As an officer, she's testifying because of
What
her
did you
relation
do?
to the case.
We sat around the fire and visited and drank a couple beers.
Where is the fire located at the Langs' home?
Directly behind their house in their backyard.
Who was hanging out at the fire?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, Jason, and Joseph.
Did you see Mr. Ferlazzo's van parked on the property?
Yes.
Where was it parked?
It was next to the driveway, a little bit back. You could see it from where we were sitting at the fire.
How far away was it from where you were sitting by the fire?
Maybe 30 feet.
Now, you said that you had some beers at the fire. Who were you drinking?
Yes.
How much did you drink?
I think I had 3 beers.
Was Alex drinking?
Yes.
Do you know how much he was drinking?
I don't know.
What about Jason?
Yes.
And Sarah?
Yep.
Was Mr. Ferlazzo drinking?
Not that I recall.
Was anybody using drugs?
Yes.
Who was using drugs?
Joseph.
Do you know what drugs he was using?
It appeared to be marijuana.
And why did you think that?
He was smoking out of a bong.
How do you know what a bong is?
Life experience and law enforcement experience.
She's like, I got one.
Do you recall how much he was smoking or how often he was smoking?
I recall that he was, as I'd recall somebody sitting across from me drinking, but I don't know how much.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo appear high or under the influence to you?
No.
Can you describe Mr. Ferlazzo's demeanor during the evening?
He was very relaxed, casually engaged in conversation.
How long were you hanging out with him by the fire?
I think it was about 4 hours.
During that 4-hour period of time, were you talking with him?
Yes.
What were you talking about?
We talked about our jobs. We talked about the camper that he was renovating. He said that he was going to live out of it. Just small talk.
And while you were talking, you mentioned, did he tell you what he did for a living?
Yes, he said he was a tattoo artist.
And when he told you that he was a tattoo artist, did you recognize him at that point?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
A friend of mine had gotten a tattoo from him years before.
And was that when you made the connection of that you had previously met him?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Ferlazzo that you were in law enforcement?
Yes.
How did he react to that?
He continued to engage me in conversation very steadily for the rest of the night.
Around what time did the evening end?
I think around midnight.
And how did it end?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, and Jason went into their house, and Joseph went off in the direction of his camper.
As you were retiring for the night, did Mr. Ferlazzo say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
A comment was made where he related something to Emily. He said, "Oh, Emily likes that." And I said to my friend Alex, "Oh, I didn't know that he had a wife."
Had he not spoken about a person named Emily in the 4 hours before?
No.
Did he tell you that he was married?
No.
Did he tell you that his wife had walked off on Saturday and he hadn't heard from her?
No.
Did he tell you that he had been texting his wife's phone and she hadn't been responding?
No.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Any cross, Ms. Jones?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
You talked to a police
Checking to
officer
see if it's still morning.
4 hours.
So you just testified that you, initially thought you had never met Joseph before, correct?
Yeah.
Had you actually met him when your friend had the tattoo previously?
I was with her when she had her tattoo.
But you had no memory of that at the time?
No, it was years before.
Okay. I think you testified that you yourself and I'm sorry, I forgot his name. Jason and Sarah Lane and their son, your best friend, were sitting around first around the bonfire, and at some point, Mr. Ferlazzo came and sat down.
Correct.
Is that correct? So it wasn't a situation where it was just you and Mr. Ferlazzo having, the two of you having a conversation. It was sort of a group bonfire.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition on June 13th, 2023?
Yes.
Approximately, yeah. So you stated in your deposition that the conversation was very small talk type. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I think that you also mentioned that Mr. Ferlazzo's dog was around, and so there was some playing with the dog as well?
I believe so.
Okay. Then at some point he left, and you folks remained in the Lang's house, correct?
Correct.
All right. I think that you had mentioned that and do you recall giving an interview with Detective Truex?
Yes.
And I believe also in the deposition you stated that he seemed normal, and you had also mentioned that he hadn't mentioned his wife, but yet you were talking about small talk things.
Yes.
So having not really interacted with Mr. Ferlazzo previously, you wouldn't really necessarily have a baseline or no way of knowing how Mr. Ferlazzo behaves typically in various situations. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So his normal behavior or abnormal behavior, there's nothing to compare it to.
He was calm.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, the state calls Trooper Keith Cody.
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, not anything penalty or hurt. I do.
I like the pockets and lapels. They look like add-ons, but they really pop.
Yeah. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Keith Cody, and my last name is spelled C-O-T-E.
Okay, and how are you employed?
Trooper with Vermont State Police.
And how long have you worked for the Vermont State Police?
Since April of 2021.
Okay, how long have you been in law enforcement?
Since November of 2012.
Okay, and where did you work prior to becoming a trooper?
In the St. Albans Police Department.
Okay. And aside from general training that all sort of certified law enforcement officers receive, do you have any specialized training in law enforcement?
Sure. So I've attended a desert snow drug interdiction course taught by Nebraska State Police. I've attended a street crime seminar working on identifying and interdicting drugs coming from homes. I'm a member of the search and rescue team with the Nebraska State Police. We look for lost and missing hikers throughout the state and the rural parts of the state. I'm a team leader with our critical action team. When, I guess, lawful protests turn criminal, we're called upon to help diffuse the situation. I've attended some trainings with the National Tactical Officers Association pertaining to that team. Yeah.
Okay, great. Were you involved in the case related to Emily Ferlazzo?
I was.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how you initially became involved in that investigation?
Sure. So on October 18th, 2021, I received a phone call from a family member of Emily who had concerns about her welfare as she hadn't contacted them for a couple of days. She'd had no social media activity. She hadn't contacted any of her close friends, and this was out of the ordinary for her. This behavior was not normal.
Okay. And can you say again who had contacted you?
Yes, it was Emily's stepfather, David Bass.
Okay. And where were they located?
They were in New Hampshire at their residence.
Okay. And did they have any other information about what might have happened to her? Did they provide you any other
Sure. So prior to David calling, Emily's husband, Joseph, had returned to New Hampshire on the date that they called, stating that Emily had gone their separate ways, I believe on Saturday, the 16th. Emily had told Joseph that she was going to get an Uber taxi back to New Hampshire, yet she never showed up as to when Joseph got there, and their plan was to meet in New Hampshire on Monday.
Okay. So what was your understanding of where Joseph was when Mr. Bass called the state police?
At their residence in New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some point then, did you speak with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
When did you speak with him?
So Mr. Bass gave me Joseph's phone number. So when I hung up with David, I called the phone number. David answered Joseph's phone, and I said, this is Trooper Cody again. Can you put me on the phone with Joseph? So it was moments after I finished my phone call with David.
Okay. And was that conversation with Mr. Ferlazzo recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and how was that recorded?
Through my, so the phone was over my cell phone, and I recorded it on my department-issued body camera.
Okay. And did you identify the person that you were speaking with as Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yeah, so when Mr. Bass answered the phone, this is Joseph's phone. I said, can I please speak to Joseph? He then handed the phone to Joseph, and I said, hello, Joseph, this is Trooper Cody of the State Police, and we began our conversation.
Okay. And approximately how long did you speak with him?
9 minutes and 20 seconds, approximately.
Okay. And how did he sound while you were speaking with him?
Calm, perhaps a bit unconcerned about Emily's whereabouts.
Okay. So we're going to listen to the recording, but in summary, sort of what did Joseph tell you about Emily's whereabouts?
Sure. So Emily and Joseph had put together a makeshift camper RV that they were traveling in, that they could live in, and they traveled for the weekend to Bolton to visit a family member of his. At some point during their stay in Bolton, Emily asked to get out of the camper and in Bolton, and Joseph went to the store to get her a Coca-Cola, so he told me. When he returned, Emily was gone. He told me he drove up and down Route 2, up and down the Bolton Valley Access Road, and was unable to find her. And again, that she had told him she wanted to be on her own, and she was going to take an Uber back to New Hampshire.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sure. And at some point, Mr. Ferlazzo told me that the camper had transmission issues and it had broken down, so he had it towed to a mechanic's shop in New Haven, Vermont, somewhere on Route 7. You couldn't recall the name, but it was just, he described it just being over the railroad tracks in New Haven. Following that, he got a ride to a friend's house in St. Albans, where he then took his motorcycle from St. Albans to Emily's parents' house in New Hampshire.
So I'm going to, have you previously seen what the state marked as States 3, your Axon video of
Yes,
conversation?
I have. Yep.
And have you reviewed that before today's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with him on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit States 3.
States 3 is admitted without objection.
can't see it.
It's just
I'm
the
sorry?
sound.
It's just the sound? Then that's fine.
There's just some questions about being able to see it, but before we start it, is there anything visually that is important for this video?
No.
Okay, it's just your body camera with your phone, correct?
Yeah, my body camera's, I was sitting in my cruiser, my body camera's mounted on the center of my chest here, and I had my cell phone on speakerphone, just holding it like this, so all you see is the steering wheel, and you might hear some radio conversation from my cruiser.
Okay, this dude's gonna play it.
This is Trooper Cody, State Police, looking for Joseph. Okay, thanks.
Troopers in the red light district.
Hey, Joseph, this is Trooper Cody from State Police. Hey, so I just got off the phone with your father-in-law. And it sounds like there's some concern about maybe where Emily may be. Yes. Okay, what can you, and it sounds like you, what do we know at this point, I guess? What can you tell me?
She was with me, and then she said she was going to get an Uber. So she asked me to drop her off in the parking lot, and I dropped her off. She was wearing like white sneakers and like white blue jeans and like a black top, it's like a long sleeves and like a lightweight. And yeah, I went to the gas station, grabbed her Coke, and I went back. She had already got picked up. I went looking for her, I couldn't find her, and then I haven't been able to make contact with her since. And that was like Saturday afternoon.
So where did you drop her off? Whereabouts? So what? Like up in
There's a parking lot at like at the base of the hill.
Okay. Yeah, so like the road that goes up to the ski resort?
Right, yeah.
So that little parking lot right at the base of that hill you're saying?
Yes.
Like almost right in the corner of the main road there, Route 2?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was Saturday in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went to the gas station, the one, just down the street there?
Yeah, I went down the street, got some gas, and grabbed a Coke, and she wanted a soda. She wanted to bring her a drink, and she was gone. So I don't know who picked her up. She didn't tell me, and my folks said that she's not with her friends.
Okay. So after you just noticed she was gone, you just decided to just leave, I guess?
I drove up and down the road looking to see if she started down the road, and I drove up and down to both ways, and I didn't see her walking.
Okay, so you figured the new person may pick her up?
Yeah, she said she was getting over.
Okay. And but she had her cell phone with her at that time?
Yes.
And like her purse or wallet or something with some money?
Yeah, she had like a wallet with cards in it.
Okay. And now about what time was this? Did you drop her off, would you say?
Maybe like a little afternoon, like 12:30. Like 12:30.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And then, so I understand you're an Emily's fan. You guys were traveling in like a camper van?
Yes.
Okay. So they broke down somewhere, you said?
Yeah, the train spoke, so the van's in Vermont, and I came back to New Hampshire to see if she was here. She was
Where did your van break down?
Well, it didn't break down. It smoked, and then I brought it to the shop. It's supposed to get an inspection. The inspection was the inspection was supposed to be done in like July. So
okay.
He's gonna take a look at the training and get it inspected.
Okay, where what shop is that?
I don't know the actual name of it. It's in New Haven.
It's in New Haven.
Yeah, like right over the railroad tracks.
Oh, yep. Okay. Right on the main railroad there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you kind of ride somehow to your than who Emily's parents have mentioned, you can't think of anybody in the Bolton area that maybe Emily. Do you guys have relatives in Bolton, or is Emily?
No, my sister and her boyfriend came up and stayed at an Airbnb, and we just went and spent some time with them.
Okay.
And she like super violent and told her, put her out and tried to grab her by the arm and try to pull her back in, so she won't do it to me. And she just, she kicked me in the groin and punched me, and I was like, okay, take a couple minutes, and then by the time I came back, she just quit.
What sparked her to get so upset?
I was like, what, you just need some food? You need some coffee and some food. And she was just like, no, fuck that, fuck you. And it just started swinging and kicking.
Okay, and was the Airbnb here in Bolton?
That was at the top of the resort there.
Okay, all right. Okay, who's your friend up in St. Albans?
My friend Sarah Lane.
Sarah Lane, okay. Do you have a phone number for Sarah? Does Emily know Sarah? I mean, have you checked in with Sarah?
Yeah, I saw Sarah. She hasn't seen her. I saw Sarah, and I was like, okay, I don't know where the hell Emily is, so maybe I can go to her folks' place, because we were supposed to come back here on Monday. Today's Monday. She's not here.
Okay. Would there be any reason why Emily would go back to your sisters, and maybe your sister wouldn't tell you that Emily was there?
No, my sister just messaged me. She was checking on me.
Okay.
Yes, but it was okay. I told her that I'm pretty crappy, but...
When Emily jumped out of the van, did she have her cell phone with her?
Yeah.
You're positive on that?
Yeah, I don't have it.
No, I didn't know if she left it in the van or... No. Okay. All right. Well, I will. I'm gonna ask more questions. I'll probably call you back here if I see if I can try to come up with something here. Maybe we try to find out where she is, or if she's just trying to, ignore. That's fine. But I'd like to at least figure that out. So, if you think there's anybody that I should try calling, just let me know.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, hold on just a second. I just got some sad news from two of our community members that they asked me to share. Lee and Shells said that they lost one of their adult sons last night, and that it was unexpected, and they're asking for our thoughts and prayers there. Lee and Shells, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Definitely, we in this community will do that for you. If there's anything we can do, please let us know beyond that. Both Lee and Shell's longtime supporters of the channel. You guys all know them. They've even been to court watchers for us. I appreciate what you do, and my heart breaks for you this time. Sorry, when I'm looking down like this, I'm not asleep. I'm actually trying to interact. I do get, I would say, 50 to 100 text messages a day on the burner phone. And I try to at least read them all and sometimes respond to as many as I can. I saw that one came in, and I just wanted to immediately address that. But we're gonna return to court there, and I appreciate the outpouring of support in chat for Lee and Shells right now. Thank you very much.
On the video, you can see your phone, as you stated. Is that the phone number 802-355-8485? Is that the number you reached Mr. Ferlazzo on?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And were you ultimately able to speak to the friend he said that he went to see in St. Albans, Sarah Lang?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you speak with her?
I spoke with her. I found a number for her moments after speaking with Joseph.
Okay. And based on that conversation, did you ask a St. Albans police officer to go to her residence?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where her residence was?
14 Meadowbrook Drive in St. Albans.
Okay. And what did you ask that officer to do?
I asked the officer to drive by the residence and see if the camper RV, the camper van was there.
Okay. And was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So it was not in a garage in New Haven?
Correct.
So what did you do next after determining that it was in this residence in St. Albans?
So we, a few troopers went up to St. Albans and we observed the camper van there.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the residence in St. Albans?
It was after midnight, but I don't recall the exact time.
Okay. And again, did you observe a van matching the description of what you'd been told by Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
And where was it located?
On the west side. It was parked in the grass on the west side of the residence.
Okay. Who was with the van when you arrived?
As far as
law enforcement,
I believe, I know Senior Sergeant Joe Paquette was involved. Trooper Adam Lippo was involved. I can't recall any other.
Okay.
Thought my head.
Did you personally close up the van with evidence tape?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that? Why did you do that?
To secure the inside of it, to make sure that nobody entered any of the access points to the van.
Why'd you do that?
It was seized as evidence.
Okay. So you had concerns there might be evidence of a crime in the van?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you supervise the removal of the van from the scene?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the tow truck actually come and remove the van?
Yes, I did.
And where did the tow truck take it?
Directly from 14 Meadowbrook to the St. Albans State Police Barracks.
Okay. And approximately how far is 14 Meadowbrook from the St. Albans Police Barracks?
2 miles.
Okay. Did you ever lose sight of the van at any point during that trip?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you also observe the red Jeep, or a red Jeep coming to the barracks secured area?
Excuse me. Yes, I observed the red Jeep once it arrived at the barracks.
Okay. Did you secure it?
Yes. So the Jeep the van was too big to put into our indoor sally port. So we put the Jeep inside of the secure sally port in the barracks, and then I placed evidence tape on all the access points to the Jeep as well.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Trooper.
So, Judge, I think our remaining witnesses are coming at 1.
Okay. It looks like we're going a little quicker than we had anticipated, so that's the good news. And so we'll take our lunch break now till 1 o'clock. We'll try and start promptly at 1. Thank you.
All right.
One thing to remind you, again, no discussion about this case over the lunch. Don't try and find out anything about the lunch.
Apparently we can't talk about it.
About the case while you're at lunch. And other than that, enjoy your lunch.
All right. While they go to lunch, we're going to skip ahead just a little bit because we can. And they are not back yet. They're not back yet. So they should be back in just a couple minutes. Bite Me, thank you very much for gifting a membership. Thank you. It went to Lisa Rue. Let's see. The hands-free leashes, that's a cool thing. And I imagine it works a lot better for people who have a dog like a service dog, which are typically trained to perform a function, but also are trained very well. If you just have a very energetic, I don't know, what do they call it, Springer Spaniel, you're going to have a very sore neck if you put your leash around your neck that way. Some huskies as well can be a little wild. But Cyberator, I'm trying to get the measurements right. I might have to. I can't move the bookcase. The desk is like 60 inches wide, which I would have to shuffle things around. I need to make sure that I'll be able to open the door into the closet and things like that. But I can give you a link for the desk that I am ordering that I really like. It's not carbon fiber like this one, so it doesn't have these cool little lines and designs. It's just black, flat black. But it does have, it's an L shape, so it goes along like this, and then it comes back sideways and goes the same length, so it's equal distance on both sides. And then it has a shelf that has lights underneath. So underneath the shelf, I can put switchers and recorders and computers and Apple TV and things like that. And then above the shelf, I can put monitors and TVs and then on the other area, we can put this stuff. So it should be good, but I'm just waiting. I'm sort of forbidden from buying myself anything before Christmas because because I don't want to buy myself something that Mrs. R.A. would be buying me. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how you doing? Yeah, I was, as a matter of fact. Do you need a book? A short summary of this trial, Ivy. We'll do that for you. Let's see. We've got Joseph Ferlazzo. Joseph Ferlazzo is accused of murdering his wife, Emily, while they were on a trip to celebrate their 1-year wedding anniversary. Apparently, they got married pretty quickly. Some of the family just had time to meet him once. Do you know what book you want? I'll grab it. Yeah, I can wait. Okay. Thank you. They're on a trip to celebrate their 1-year wedding anniversary. They're in a converted bus, camper, van situation. They're in Bolton, Vermont, excuse me. And he says he went out to get a drink or something, and his wife Emily had just, as soon as he arrived there, just everything was bad. There was just fight the whole time. And so he left to cool off or get a drink or go somewhere. And when he came back, he was like crawling over to his side of the bed, which is the back side of the bed, so over where his wife was already asleep. And she elbowed him, a low blow, we might call this. And she said something about, that's it, you're dead. And apparently both of them, they slept on their guns. They had guns under the pillows. And I need to know more about this because the defense presented this in a way that, as if it was normal. I don't sleep with the gun under my pillow. I know there might be reason to do that. There might be people who do. So I need some explanation there to understand a little bit about this lifestyle. But they both slept with guns under the pillows. We found out from defense that they're admitting that he already had his in his hand. He had his Glock. He was strapped. I mean, he was literally holding his firearm when he saw his wife say, "That's it, you're dead," and reach for her gun, and he just beat her to it, claiming it was self-defense. That doesn't explain all the stabs, post-mortem stabbing. It doesn't explain the cutting up the body and disposing of it. There's a lot of issues. Yeah, Mrs. R.A. is sitting right here going, what in the world? But he confessed to a friend that he had done this, and he confessed to the police that he had done this. And then after the fact, like 2 weeks down the road, he's like, wait, guys, hey, it's coming back to me. It was self-defense. It was self-defense. And I'm not buying it. I know I'm trying to stay a little, impartial, but I'm already saying this stinks. This stinks. It doesn't smell good. The story, I don't think the defense lawyer believes it, and I certainly don't. It just doesn't add up very much. So here we are in trial with somebody who's confessed twice and will take the stand because he's saying it's self-defense. He has to assert that self-defense claim, and then the burden goes back onto the state to prove that it was not self-defense. And they're just at lunch right now. We'll be coming back in regular speed here in just a little minute. What book do you need? I'll get it for you.
Are you going to lunch?
No, because their lunch is almost done.
In front of the Walmart.
In front of the Walmart.
Okay.
13 things. Can I read this out loud? 13 Things Mentally Strong People Don't Do by Amy Morin. Kick bad mental habits and toughen yourself up. I have not read this one. I imagine I might do all those things. Thank you. Ivy, thanks for the opportunity to give a little recap on the trial. Subject matter jurisdiction. All right, there's always a Walmart. We haven't had a Walmart yet in this one, right? We've had a couple small stores, a couple small restaurants, which I visited the websites of, and what is it? Mickey's or something? Millie's? I forget what the restaurant was. The first one, the breakfast one. They serve breakfast all day long, and it looks pretty good from the menu. I was looking for the Airbnb that I think it was Nikki, the first witness, which was the younger sister of the defendant. had talked about. She was staying at an Airbnb in Bolton, Vermont on Bear Run Road. So if we can find Bolton, Vermont, Bear Run Road, let me actually look at Airbnb via map. Is there a way to search for Airbnb via a map instead of just by the picture? Okay, we're coming back to court here.
All right.
I was looking to see if maybe Nikki left a review during the stay. She stayed there during the time that that Emily was allegedly murdered in the van outside or nearby or not far from this condo.
Please be seated, everyone.
Audio's doing weird things here.
We are back on the record in the matter of State of Vermont versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr., 21 CR 8967. Mr. Ferlazzo is present with his attorneys, and the state is with its attorneys. The jury is all back from lunch, and just a quick question. Anybody learn anything about the case while on lunch break? Anybody
The right answer is
discuss the
no.
case with anyone or hear any information of any kind regarding this matter? I'm seeing all shakes of the head no from the jurors. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Judge. The state would call Spencer Lemons.
Next witness, Spencer Lemons. I don't know who this is. Possibly an officer? Karina, I haven't. Can you send him to the burner phone if you've seen them? Ooh, he's out walking the camera. He's a fast walker.
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give related to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain of penalty of perjury.
I do.
That outfit screams Vermont to me.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
My name is Spencer Lemons.
Mr. Lemons, the acoustics in this room are not very good, so I'm going to ask you to just keep
Spencer
your voice.
Lemons.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Where do you live, Mr. Lemons?
I live in Sheldon, Vermont, 56 Bailey Drive.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived there 10 years.
Were you living there in October 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know a person named Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
He was a friend of mine.
How long have you known him?
I knew him probably since 2017-ish, 16-ish.
Do you see Joseph in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to him, describe an article of clothing he's wearing and where he's sitting for the jury?
Sitting over there wearing a blue shirt.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that Mr. Lemons has identified Mr. Ferlazzo.
So reflected.
Mr. Lemons, I'm going to ask you some questions about the weekend of October 16th and 17th and 18th of 2021. Do you remember that weekend?
I do.
What were you doing that weekend?
I was hiking Mount Katahdin, and then I came home to spend the weekend with my wife for our anniversary.
When was your anniversary?
17th of October.
Did you communicate with Joseph that weekend?
I did.
When did you first hear from him?
I heard from him when he communicated that he was going to be coming up to my house
And how did he communicate with you?
via Facebook Messenger.
Do you remember when he told you he was coming to your house?
It was late at night after 9 p.m.
Did he tell you anything about when you could expect his arrival?
Yeah, he said it would be around 11:20 at night.
What year did this happen?
Did Mr. Ferlazzo arrive at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did he arrive?
About 11:20.
What vehicle was he driving?
Okay. Both sides or mainly the witness?
Sorry.
Okay, try, just project.
Yes, sir.
What vehicle was he driving?
He was driving a red Jeep.
Did he come inside?
No.
What did he say to you?
He said, let's go pick up my van.
Did you know where his van was?
He said it was at someone's house called the Langs.
Did you know where that residence was?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever been there before?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you why he wanted to get the van?
He said he wanted to get the van up to my house because that was the original plan, and he wanted to get it done now.
Did you take him to get the van?
I did.
What car did you drive?
I took my Honda Civic.
Where was Mr. Ferlazzo's Jeep?
It was parked at the end of my driveway on Bailey Drive.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo go with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was Mr. Ferlazzo's demeanor like while you were driving in the car?
He was quiet.
Did you ask him why he was quiet?
I did ask him if there was anything going on, and he seemed a little distraught. He said, I just want to get to the bus. And so I had him point the directions out to me as we went.
Okay, keep your voice up.
He pointed the directions out to me as we went.
Okay. And generally speaking, where were you traveling to?
We were traveling to St. Albans.
And about how long would it take to get from your home to St. Albans?
About 30 minutes.
Did you arrive in St. Albans?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened when you arrived in St. Albans?
We went in St. Albans. He gave me directions to where to go, and we arrived at where his bus was parked, and I assume that's the Langs.
What did you see when you arrived where the bus was parked?
I saw several patrol SUVs parked outside the residence.
And when you say patrol SUVs, do you mean police cars?
Police vehicles.
Do you remember how many you saw?
3 or 4.
What did you think when you saw those police vehicles?
Alarm bells went off in my head, and then he said, just go to the end of the road. It was a dead-end road, and he said, turn around. And then I turned around, and he instructed me to drive past the police.
When he told you to turn around, what did that make you think?
That made me think something was not correct in the situation, and thus it prompted me to continue to prod him for what's going on.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did. I asked him, what's going on, man? You need to tell me what's going on. If I'm going to be driving past police officers, I need to know what is going on.
And did he respond to you?
He did.
How did he respond?
He responded to me with, there's a lot going on. I wish I could see my grandmother. And then I said, what is going on? He said, Emily is back in the van. I said, is Emily alive? He said, no. And I asked, did you hurt her? And he said, yes. And then he started getting fidgety in the car.
Okay.
This is a confession.
Can you describe what Mr. Ferlazzo was like when you say he started to get fidgety?
He started going like this, moving around, reaching for the car door handle. I didn't know if he had anything on his person that would maybe cause harm to myself, so I immediately stopped the vehicle and told him to get out.
And did he say anything to you as he was getting out of the car?
Not that I remember.
What did you do when Joseph got out of the car?
I immediately turned around towards my house to put distance between myself and him so I could make a 911 call for the information he just gave me.
And did you make a 911 call?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember what time you made that call?
It was probably close to midnight.
Prior to your testimony today, have you heard that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
This is allowed. This is a statement against interest by a party opponent, by the defendant.
So,
So
Judge,
this is
at
allowed.
this
It's not hearsay.
time, the state would move for the court to read to the jury stipulation number 1, which I have for you.
All right, stipulation number 1 reads, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. On October 19th, 2021, at 12:03.08 a.m., Spencer Lemons called 911. That call was initially answered by the E911 dispatch board. The E911 dispatch board connected the call with the Vermont State Police Dispatch Center. Chain of custody is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that is also marked as State's Exhibit 116?
Yes.
All right, and it is that we will admit State's
Yes,
116.
no objection, Judge.
Your Honor, the state would now move to admit what it has previously marked as State's Exhibit 4, which is the 911 call.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 4 is admitted without objection.
You ready, sir? Right.
Vermont 911, where is your emergency?
Yes, my name is Spencer Lemons. I've got a guy that is going towards St. Albans on Route 36. Trying to make a long story short, he's a friend of mine. Came to my house. He lives in a bus thing. He was like, hey, we go pick up my bus, and we go to pick up his bus in St. Albans, and there's a bunch of cops outside. I said, what the heck is going on? He says he killed his wife. I got him out of my car. He's on this road, and I guess there's a bunch of state troopers at that place on somewhere in St. Albans. There's like 4 cops there, and I was like, no, but you got to get out of my car, and I was afraid I got to get him out.
All right, so
on the
do you
road.
know where this is happening?
Yes. There's 4 cops there. I can come and I can help out. I had to get him out of his car.
No.
He's on Route 36 right now walking.
Oh, he's walking on Route 36? Is that still in Fairfield or is that in St. Albans?
Just over Fairfield Hill, just before, what is that? I'm trying to see the name.
Carriage? Is it the Carriage House?
There's it's before you reach Woodland Road, which is a private road on 36. That's where I'm at. But yeah, there's 4 troopers that were at that place. I don't know the name of that street. But yeah, he's walking on the road. And I don't care who he is.
And you were in Fairfield when he stated this to you?
He stated this to me when he said, we got to go back to my house. I'm like, are those cops for you? What is going on? And I said, what is going on? He says, my wife was in, he said, I did something really bad. I said, what did you do? And he said that his wife is inside that bus. And I said, is she alive? And he goes, no, I don't want to go to prison. If you get on my call right now, I'm calling the cops.
Okay. All right, and so when he told you that, were you in Fairfield or were you in St. Albans, do you know?
I'm in Fairfield right now. That's where he was. I just kicked him out of my car on 36 because I don't know if he's got a weapon or anything.
Okay, so you don't know if he has a weapon? Okay. And what is
I do not know. His name is Joseph Ferlazzo, Ferlazzo.
F-E-R, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Ferlazzo, and his first name is Joseph, Joseph, He was staying with someone called the Langs, Langs, and that's where his bus was parked at. And that's where I thought I was taking him to get his bus. I did not know. Oh my God, it feels like a bad movie.
Okay, just hold on a second. You said near Woodland Road?
It's just sinking in right now. He's in shock.
Yeah, I'm on near Woodland Road, which is a private road, right off of 36.
Can you spell that for me?
WOODLAND Road.
Okay, and is that one word or 2 words, you know? I'm just trying to map it.
One word, and his Jeep is parked at my house.
Okay, and where is your house?
My house is 56 Bailey Drive, Enosburg Falls, Vermont. That's where I'll head. There is zero cell service there, though.
Okay. But all this is taking place in
about 2 minutes of right now. Yeah, Fairfield is right here, and then the directions to get to the his Lang's place. Do you know where those 2 gas stations are on the exit? What is it, 19 off the interstate?
Yeah.
There's like if you continue down that road as if you're going to go to Stone's Auto, and you bang a left onto Main Street, it's like the first left after that. There's like another little gas station down past that road.
Okay. All right, but he told you that he had killed his wife when you guys were on Route 36 when you were taking him back with him.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, hold on a second.
And then I just stopped the car like, yeah, no, oh my God.
Okay. All right, and did he put up a fight when you asked him to get out?
No, he was like, he's like, man, I don't want to go to prison. Don't take me back there. I said, and then he just started getting fidgety, and I don't know if he's got anything on him. I mean, yes, I am armed, but I'm not looking at any confrontation, so I'll just get out of my car.
Okay. All right, hold on a second.
Because I got a family and wife and kids. I don't need this crap around me.
Everyone's locks are
You know what his
loaded.
wife's name is?
Her name is, was Emily Ferlazzo, I guess she was. I don't know, God. Emily, EMLY.
Okay.
I don't know what her maiden name was, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, hold on 1 second. We're gonna transfer over, okay?
44, yep.
Why is Defense staring at the camera?
Salmon agent 419. Spencer Leonard's on the line. Call back 615-305-7127. Tonight he had picked up his friend Joseph Ferlazzo, and he was bringing him back to his sedan bus that he lives in. On Route 36, Joseph has stated to Spencer that he had killed his wife tonight and that she was in this sedan. Joseph was not armed, and he asked him to get out, and now he's walking on Route 36. Joseph is on Route 36 in Fairfield? Yeah, he's just walking.
He's walking on 36. It's just before Woodland Ave over Fairfield Hill, like maybe a minute out of town.
Okay. On Fairfield Hill. Okay, and do you know what he's wearing, Spencer?
He's wearing a black long sleeve and pants or shorts. I honestly don't know. I wasn't looking. He stopped by the house because for a while we planned on him moving his bus there with his wife, and
Aaron, I don't have any more questions for Mr. Lemons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jantz.
Thank you. Do you need a break? Okay. Because I saw you becoming emotional listening to that 911 call. Joseph was your friend, wasn't he?
Yes.
And
Yes.
thank you. And you were surprised when he told you that he had killed Emily, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, he asked you if you would kill him, didn't he?
Yes.
You told the 911 dispatcher that you were armed, right?
Yes.
And you had a gun in the car that you were driving in, correct?
Yes.
And Joseph typically carried a weapon as well, didn't he?
Yes.
But you didn't know that night if he were armed or not, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think he'd ever be able to do something like that, did you?
I don't know.
Well, based on your friendship with him from, I think you said 2017, so 3 years you knew him prior to this event, right?
Has he ever killed his wife before? Is that the question?
Okay. And had you ever seen him demonstrate any kind of violence that would lead you to think this is the kind of thing he could do?
I had not witnessed that myself.
Would you say he was very distraught when you told him to get out of the car?
It seemed that way.
Very intense witness.
Are you having trouble with the...
All right. It seemed that way. Sorry.
That's okay. In fact, you told the police in an interview that the guy doesn't like violence. Isn't that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You remember a conversation with Sergeant LeBombard? You had more than one, I know you did. Do you remember that one in particular?
That was 3 years ago. It's hard to remember.
Okay. But you've already told us that you hadn't observed violence, Joseph exhibiting violence over the 3 years you'd known him, right?
I had not witnessed it.
Okay. May I have a moment, please?
Yes.
That's okay.
The defendant's a little
Thank
shook
you. I
up.
have nothing else.
No redirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lemons. You're all set.
Thank you, sir.
This might be a one-day trial. We are moving through this quickly. The sad part's going to be when they call the medical examiner, because
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Adam Lippa.
Okay.
this was a rough one.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give related to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pain and penalty of murder. I do. Thank you.
Well-pressed uniform there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm reminding everybody to keep their voices up.
All right.
It's just difficult to hear in here. So if we remind you, please project. Could you please state your name?
Adam Lippa,
Could you spell your last name for us, please?
Lippa,
How are you employed?
through the Vermont State Police
When did you begin working for the Vermont State Police?
in July 2018.
Have you worked for other police agencies?
Prior to that, I worked for the Burlington Police Department from January 2015 until I started with the state.
What station have you been assigned to since you became a trooper?
The St. Albans Barracks.
Were you working for the Vermont State Police on October 19th of 2021?
I was.
Was that in St. Albans?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, were you asked to respond to Meadowbrook Lane in the city of St. Albans?
Yes, it was actually the late evening of the 18th, but
Okay,
same time frame.
thank you. Who asked you to respond to that location?
Sergeant Paquette.
What information were you given, if anything, about why you were going to that location?
I was asked to see if there was a white minibus there and advised it may have been used in a crime, but there was not yet probable cause to seize it.
And around what time were you asked to do that?
I was asked at about 10:45 p.m. on the evening of the 18th.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
It was about 11 o'clock that night.
Was the minibus there?
It was.
Did you see anyone in it?
I did not.
Did you see anyone outside of it?
I did not.
How long were you there?
Before other people showed up?
Yes.
It was about another 45 minutes, I believe.
And during that time, did anybody leave the van?
No.
Did anyone enter the van?
No.
Did anyone move the van?
No.
So you said about 40 minutes after you arrived, some other folks arrived. That.
I did say that. I think it was actually like an hour and 40 minutes.
Okay. And who arrived?
At one point early on, Trooper Berkovic kind of came as I was sitting there, and then about an hour and 40 minutes later, Sergeant Paquette and Captain Hill, I think along with a few other troopers, arrived.
And what was discussed when everybody arrived, when everybody was congregated?
There was a discussion of doing a protective sweep of the inside of the van.
And did that happen?
It did.
What information, if any, had been conveyed to you about why you might be going in the van?
Dispatch advised that there was a phone call they received indicating that the defendant's wife was deceased inside the van.
When you said that you were doing a protective sweep, what were you looking for?
We were looking for a person that was in distress in need of medical care.
Who entered the van?
Sergeant Paquette, myself, and Trooper Berkovic.
Who went first?
Sergeant Paquette.
And who went second?
I did.
And third?
Trooper Berkovic.
Can you describe for the jury what the interior of the van looks like?
Yeah, I can kind of best describe it as a converted mini school bus. So it had the doors that open similar to how you'd get on a school bus. When you're standing on the stairway going up into it, the driver's compartment would be on your right. And then towards the left, it was converted. Instead of having seats in there like a normal school bus, there was kind of still the center aisle with a small kitchen on one side, bathroom, shower on the other side. And as you made your way kind of towards the back of it, there was a bed with storage above it and below it.
Did you see a human body in the van?
I did not.
Where was Sergeant Paquette looking?
So he initially entered the van and kind of went towards the back, went in, made a left, and went towards the back near where the bed was set up.
And where were you looking?
I was kind of in the middle portion of the van.
And what about Trooper Berkovic?
He was behind me, kind of just dealing with the entryway. And
how would you describe the condition of the van?
it was certainly lived in, a little cluttered, but nothing jumped out as being broken or, in disrepair. You could tell the bed was unmade. There were some containers out on the cabinet. It didn't show signs that there was a fight or anything that screamed out at me.
Was there a mattress on the bed?
There was.
And was there bedding on the bed?
There was. It was not like a made-up bed, but there were pillows and bedding and sheets. It looked like a bed that someone had slept in. And
can you describe where in the van the bathroom is located?
so as you enter the van, you make a left, and if you're facing the back of it, it would then be on your left-hand side.
And is there any sort of a doorway or anything that blocks the bathroom from the rest of the van?
I believe there was a shower curtain.
Did you look in the bathroom?
I did.
And can you please describe to the jury what you saw in the bathroom area?
There's a small toilet, a small shower, and on the floor of the shower, there were a number of black trash bags kind of stacked up.
Could you see inside the trash bags?
I could not.
Were they tied or were they open?
They were tied shut.
Do you recall how many there were?
There were enough that they were mounded up, but I did not get a count.
And did you do anything with the trash bags?
I picked the top trash bag up just to verify that there was no way Emily was somehow tucked under there, and then I placed it back down.
Can you describe what that top bag felt like to you when you lifted it up?
It felt light, and it was kind of puffy looking, so it looked like there were maybe pillows or some type of lighter bedding.
And did you lift any other trash bags?
I did not.
Did you move any other trash bags?
I did not.
How long were you in the van?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
And what did you do when you left the van?
I stood by with the van and ultimately at Captain Hill's direction arranged for it to be towed back to the barracks. I then stayed with it until it was towed back.
In October of 2021, did Vermont State Police give troopers body-worn cameras?
Yes.
And did you have one in October of 2021?
Yes.
Was it running?
It was.
Have you reviewed your body camera footage, which the state pre-marked as State's Exhibit 5 prior to testifying today?
I have.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the van as you saw it on October 19th of 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 5 and...
See it.
No objections.
No, State Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Yes.
So we might get a view of the inside of this van. This converted minibus, which was white. I heard it's white. His other vehicles were red. He had a Ducati. I think all Ducatis are red. I don't know. He had a Ducati and a red Jeep. And then this white.
Well, we can't see it now. Now we can see it. Can they all see it?
Is there any sort of a glare? Good.
Stacy, you have to see it.
Hey, please, hello?
nice little converted bus. Looks like a good conversion job just down there. Liquid nails.
So there's that back door. Because there's like, it looked like from the bottom window there was a bit of space under the bed, which makes sense because everything behind the drawers from like here back.
The search warrant probably only allows them to look for a person. So they can only look in places that are big enough for a person to be.
I'm wondering about opening the back door to look underneath. Yeah.
Crawling across the bed here to open the back door.
You're seeing everything in there and there's nothing right there. Dog Creek.
Looks like some guns over there. Loud there. We believe the body was in the bags in the shower. They picked up the top one, which might have only had like bedding in it, and left the others. So they literally missed the body, which had been dismembered.
Thank you. Trooper Lipa, I'm showing you what I have marked as states 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Could you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
It was a converted bus. So it was a bus made into an RV, basically.
They appear to all be screenshots from the video that was just played.
And are those screenshots a fair and accurate representation of your body camera?
They are.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit states 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson?
No objection.
States 6 through 11 are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I have no other questions for Trooper Lippa.
Sally, did you want to show them?
Okay, thank you, Trooper.
Thank you.
So, Judge, before, if we could just publish those exhibits for the
Yeah.
jury.
You want to publish them
I've got
by hand or on the?
They're right here, yeah.
Okay.
The items they publishing right now are just screenshots from his body cam, so it's a still frame from something we saw. When police officers receive a warrant to search an area, they have to say what they're searching for. And if in this case they were searching for an adult, they can't like open up little canisters and say, "Oh, what's in this canister?" We can't, you know, I wonder what's in this little drawer type thing. They can only look in places where potentially something of that size can be.
Your Honor, the state next calls Detective Sergeant James Forrest.
I wonder if that was the
Judge,
restriction.
may we approach?
Yes.
Possible objection to the next witness. There's our defendant. He sure looks nervous. Yeah, once they took it into custody and had a warrant instead of just a wellness check, then they tear the whole thing apart. Virginia, this is curious to me, how the whole scene was clean, if that's where it took place. Sidebar continues here. Book hermit. Happens to the best of us, my friend.
Do that now. Before we start this. Before you do.
This camera is struggling to keep up with the witnesses as
Please raise your right hand.
across the room.
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under the pain and penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are learning that the acoustics in this room are not great, so try to keep your voice up so that the folks in the back of the jury can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
James Voris, V as in Victor, Ooris.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by the Vermont State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Vermont State Police?
Since January 2014.
Okay. And were you employed by them on October of 2021?
Yes.
And were you a detective sergeant at the time?
Yes.
And are you still?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, were you assigned as the case officer for an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, I was.
And what does it mean to be a case officer?
So to be a case officer, so I'm assigned to the major crime unit. So as a case officer, I'm responsible for the organization of a case. As a detective sergeant, I'm responsible to conduct interviews, collect evidence, review evidence, author search warrants, just the general investigative actions.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you sort of collect all of that for the case?
Yes. So there'll be several or numerous individuals that work on a case, and I collect their reports and their work product. I compile it into a case file and provide it.
Okay. And have you reviewed all of the evidence in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you prepare evidence for the court for this trial?
Yes, I did.
And what does that entail?
So specifically with the physical evidence for this trial, I just recently packaged it in clear evidence bags so it was visible without having it removed from the paper evidence bags it was in.
Okay. And do you recall some of the stuff you did that for?
I do.
The jury hasn't seen any of it yet, but can you tell them just some of it?
I repackaged projectiles, a casing, ammunition, some pillows. I believe that might be it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So when you were assigned to this case, what information did you have initially?
So initially, I learned that other troopers were investigating a missing persons case, and I responded to the St. Albans State Police Barracks to assist with that.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time?
I was assigned to the major crime unit.
Okay. And did it matter, do you know why you were going to St. Albans?
Yes, so it was a missing persons complaint at the time, but there were circumstances that were known to law enforcement that made it suspicious, and if it ultimately was a homicide, it would be assigned to the major crime unit. So oftentimes, if we kind of have some suspicious circumstances, we'll get involved early on.
Okay. And was there some connection to St. Albans that brought you there?
There was a vehicle located in St. Albans by other troopers, and that's where they were meeting, so that's where we met.
Okay. And so did you do anything to attempt to locate Emily?
I did.
And what was that?
So I requested records, what we call exigent records, location records related to her cell phone, her Facebook account, and Joseph Ferlazzo's cell phone.
Okay. Did the Facebook records provide anything useful in an attempt to locate her?
There was location data provided by Facebook. It was the last known location of the device associated with the account.
And where was that?
It was, so Facebook provides that in a latitude, longitude. They provide a latitude and longitude, and when you map it, it was Bolton Valley, Vermont, near Bear Run.
Okay, so it was that specific that it actually said it was near Bear Run in Bolton Valley?
The accuracy, I don't recall exactly what it was, but it was good.
Okay. And do you recall what the time was for that last known location of the device?
I believe it was October 15th, 2021 at 10:14 p.m.
Okay. And just to be clear, that was for Emily's device?
Emily's Facebook account. That was associated with her Facebook account.
Okay. And was that location of Bear Run and Bolton significant to you at the time?
Yes.
And why is that?
The information I had was that her last known location was in Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. And on October, skipping ahead to October 19th, were you made aware that Joseph Ferlazzo was at the St. Albans VSP barracks?
Yes.
And was he there related to this incident?
Yes.
And do you know how he arrived at the barracks?
I do. I learned that Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan, who at the time was also a member of MCU, had located Joseph at the Maple Fields in St. Albans, Vermont.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing there at the time?
I believe she was buying lunch.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Ferlazzo was doing there?
He was making a purchase as well.
Okay. So, in summary, what information did you have at the time about Mr. Ferlazzo's possible involvement in Emily's disappearance?
So I knew the information that Trooper Cody had obtained the night prior. I read his report when I came into the office. I knew that Spencer Lemons had called 911 and made a report and what he reported. And then I had attempted to locate Emily through her device and Joe through his device. And then I learned that Sergeant Nolan located Joe.
Okay. And so at the time that Mr. Ferlazzo was at the barracks, had anybody located Emily?
No, she had not been located.
Okay. And regarding the 911 call, the jury just heard the 911 call. Do you recall when that was?
I believe the timestamp is a few minutes after midnight on October 19th, like 12:03 a.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay, and at what time was Mr. Ferlazzo brought to the barracks?
Shortly after 2 p.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay, so approximately 14 hours after the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long, and so once he arrived at the barracks, where did he go?
It's my understanding he went into an interview room at the St. Albans State Police Barracks.
Okay, so you weren't a part of that?
I was not.
Okay. How long was he in the interview room before you spoke with him?
It was about 20 minutes.
Okay. And while he's in the interview room, is that room recorded?
Yes, the interview room is audio and video recorded.
Okay. And so during those 20 minutes before you spoke with him, what was happening in the interview room?
Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room. There was a uniformed trooper, I believe it was Sergeant Michael Philippek, that was in there with him. Sergeant Philippek searched Mr. Ferlazzo, and then they just had general conversation for about 20 minutes. Mr. Ferlazzo was brought some food, he was brought a beverage, he was brought a blanket.
Okay. And was that all at his request?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So when you went into the interview room, had anybody spoke to Mr. Ferlazzo about Emily?
Not to my knowledge.
And so how did you start your interaction with him?
I introduced myself. I told him who I was, who I worked for, and I read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 12. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the Miranda warnings that I filled out on the 19th and that I read to Mr. Ferlazzo and that he signed and dated.
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of the Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit states 12.
Any objection to States 12?
No objection.
States 12 is admitted without objection.
Up on the screen here now, is that the Miranda form that we just admitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you go over each of these questions with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, they're not really questions. They're his rights, but I read them to him. I read them to him. I asked if he understood them, and then I ask if he wants to speak with me.
Okay. And then this part, the 1019, 245, and the signature, who wrote those?
Mr. Ferlazzo wrote the signature, and I believe he dated and signed it, or dated and time stamped it as well.
Okay. How long did you speak with Mr. Ferlazzo in the interview room?
I believe our total interview was about 2.5 hours, maybe a little less.
Okay. And was that entire interaction, including those 20 minutes before you went in, captured on video?
Yes.
And audio?
Yes, ma'am. There are times where he requested to use the bathroom, or we went outside and he smoked a cigarette. Those are not captured on the audio and video, but we also use a backup like digital recorder, and that just goes in your pocket. So that's captured on that.
Okay, so either through video or audio, the entire time that you were speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th is captured in some way?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed that interview recording?
Yes.
The state has, are you aware the state has marked that as states 19?
Yes.
Okay. And is it an accurate representation of the entire time that Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, the state would move to admit states 19?
Yes, thank you, Judge. We do object to the admission of the recorded interview. We have previously provided the court with written reasons why we believe the statement was not voluntary. We renew everything that is contained in our previously filed motion and ask the court to exclude this interview from this trial. We further move to exclude it because it contains information about post-mortem injuries to Emily Ferlazzo's body. We've previously filed a written motion to exclude those testimony concerning that, those injuries. We renew everything, all the bases that are in our previously filed motion to exclude, and ask the court to exclude that testimony on the grounds that it is not relevant, not probative of any essential element in the case, and is highly prejudicial to Mr. Ferlazzo's rights. So for those, we also, when we come to it, there are photographs of Mr. Ferlazzo at the end of the interview that we also have objected to the introduction of. I know that's a separate exhibit we can deal with when the state introduces it, but I believe it will be shown as part of this video. And so we are objecting to the introduction of those photographs as unnecessary, not probative, and highly prejudicial to Mr.
If they lose
Ferlazzo.
this, which they will, he should plead.
Certainly on the voluntariness issue, that's an issue you can argue to the jury, but for reasons stated in a long written decision, that objection is overruled, and the jury may hear the statements in the interview that was done. With regard to the post-mortem injuries, the court has previously filed a written order as well. The court will stand by that order and overrule that objection and allow the admission of the post-mortem injuries as we have already outlined what can and will not be admitted in that regard, and the pictures of Mr. Ferlazzo, frankly, the court didn't find it certainly had relevance and had very minimal prejudice. So those were also subject to a written order as well. So your objections are noted and overruled.
Thank you. Just with respect to timing, Judge, I know this, do you want to take a break now before you start this, or start it and then take a break?
I'd probably start it and take a break at 2:30, which is my usual time, maybe 20
But
to 3.
Mr. Ferlazzo needs to.
Oh, does he need a break?
Judge, I'm not starting it right now. If we can, I have like 5 more questions before I start it.
All right. So
we want to do that?
If he needs a break, we'll obviously need to take a break. But why don't you ask any leading questions you need before the video is played?
Okay. So before we play the video, after Mr. Ferlazzo waived his Miranda rights, did you ask him if he had any idea what investigators wanted to speak to him about?
Yes, I did.
And what was his response?
Something to the effect of he was there to talk to us, I didn't have to beat around the bush, and that he believed we had talked to Spencer already.
Okay. And the jury has just heard from Spencer. Did you ask him what happened to Emily?
So, Judge, the best evidence is the video, and this will all be heard by the jury pursuant to the court's instruction. There's really no point in having Detective Voris repeat what they're going to see on the video. So I object to these questions.
It's overruled so long as it's quite limited in scope.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you immediately ask him what happened to Emily?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He explained that they had traveled to Vermont for a weekend away. I believe they went to Bolton. When they got to Bolton, he described her as being psychotic. I think he uses the term berserk. And ultimately, he told me he shot her twice in the head.
Okay. How quickly into the interview did he tell you this?
A minute or two after his Miranda.
Okay. And do you recall what he stated when you asked him to describe Emily when he shot her?
He told me at some point in the interview, he explained that the fighting had stopped and she was laying on the bed.
Okay. Okay. So, Judge, we would now seek to start the video if you want to take a break.
Okay. So if folks need a break, we'll take a break. Let's keep it relatively short. It's 2:10 now. Let's be back at 2:20.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so we have a 10-minute break before the second confession comes in, this one on video. The previous confession was to a friend who we heard made the 911 call initially to the police. Police were already on the scene doing a welfare check, I think, looking for Emily at that time. But we have 10 minutes. 10 minutes before this video, which the defense does not want to come in. They pulled every objection they possibly could. So we object to this, we object again, we renew our objections. Judge said, respectfully, sit down. It's coming in. He needs a break. This is gonna be pretty rough because it sounds like the testimony is going to be quite detailed, and it's not pretty. It's a violent crime, and then it's gory afterwards. All right, Ireland's Princess, can you please explain the charges he's facing? Well, he's charged with murder, but the maximum he's facing is life in prison without parole because Vermont abolished the death penalty back in 1972. So no death penalty there. You signed the waiver. How can that not be voluntary? I think that's where the judge said, nice try, but this is coming in. This is voluntary. Although he's allowing them to make the argument to the jury that it was involuntary and it was coerced. did confess twice now that we know of. And it's turned out to be an interesting trial, an otherwise boring trial, says Chris. It's been a crazy week. It's been absolutely wild. Gotta fix that camera. Friend Ivan's calling in from the frozen tundra up north. Let me get him plugged in so I can hear, or you can hear him. Ivan, can you hear us? Hello?
How you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Yep. Are you there?
Yep.
Are you there?
Yes.
How's it going? What's new?
It's been a wild week. We've had 3 sentences for 3 ladies, all accused of killing their significant other.
All right. What's up with the women, man? Like, it's been like not a good look for the ladies, you know?
In their defense, the men have looked pretty bad for quite a while leading up to this. It just happens to be a timing issue. So.
Well, evening of the scales, as they say.
Yeah.
Man, that burn pit was that was wild, man. I've never seen anything quite like that. And I'm not. I've still been trying to digest how you can do that. You know, even if you thought your kid was guilty, I mean, you know, prison is a lonely place, okay? And so the last thing you want to do is alienate anybody that could potentially make it less lonely for you while you're heading there. And I tell you, she's going to have a long...
It might be really quiet for her. Visiting might be a rare exception, especially because she's not allowed to reach out to any of the family. They can reach out to her if they want to, but she's prohibited from reaching out to them.
Yeah, well, and I get a kick out of people saying, well, the judge showed leniency by not giving her life. Listen, like, she's got, like, 30 years. Like, her PO hasn't even been born yet, okay? Like, that's how long of a sentence she has. Like, she's never getting out. So...
And prison is hard on people. They age faster in prison. And like the defense said, we looked at the numbers. We pulled the numbers in Georgia, and there's like 1 lady in prison that's over the age of 75 right now. I think that's the numbers. And they said
65 is like 85. It's a young man's game, that's for sure. You don't you don't see a lot of senior citizens into their twilight years in the can. It just doesn't work that way. So, what you got going this weekend? Any plans?
Yes, I'm going. I'm doing the voiceover work for a Christmas party tomorrow. So I'm doing some of the narration stuff. I have not read my script yet, so I don't know what I'm narrating. But I'm going to be the voice for that. And
you don't know what character you are?
I have no idea. They just said, "Hey, can you read something for us?" We'll type it up. I'm like, sure.
What kind of preparation is that?
I'm like Ron Burgundy. It's like you put it on the teleprompter and I'll say it. Okay.
You're an improv man. I got you.
It's supposed to be verbatim, word for word. I just don't know what the words are yet.
Oh, so they don't want you flaring it up a little with your own take on things. They want you to strict rendition, is what you're saying.
I think so. I think it's just recounting, some sort of Christmas story, but I don't know which one. So.
Right on. Well, I just called to check in. I missed it. I've been lurking all week. It's been a busy week. We had only 2 days last week because of the holidays, so we've been making up for lost time. Never mind the fact that it was -8 with the windshield, blowing snow sideways. It's the Wisconsin paradise, man. So
I'm sitting there looking at Bitcoin. It's sitting at 101.5, 101,576.
Yep.
I know you're not.
100,000 is the new floor.
I know you're not sad about that, Ivan. But I'm impressed. I saw your chat saying you're not going to sell any more until it hits 250,000.
Hey man, when you've been in the ride since 600, all this is just window dressing. This is just, you know what I mean?
I think just my counsel when there's enough, I'd get out. When there's enough. You don't.
Well.
Oh, we're going to Nutcracker tomorrow as well. So yeah, there's that.
What is enough? You know, like, you know, you've seen all these movies. You know, we're going to need a bigger boat, and you know, they got piles of this pile. Like, when is enough? But like, but
trust me, you're talking to somebody who has a hard time figuring out when he has enough gear and equipment.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll start selling Bitcoin when you start selling HDMI cables.
Deal. I've switched to SDI anyway. I've switched to SDI. They're in upgrades. So, all my HDMI are just extras now. No, I'm super happy for you. But I'm pretty sure I did the math based on my calculations. If Bitcoin hits $250,000, you would be able to pay off the national debt and not blink an eye. Is that correct?
Well, it's all just theoretical until it actually gets sold, and you know.
I can tell you when you do sell it, you will be paying off the national debt because the IRS is going to get a big chunk of that one.
And herein lies why it's just better to hold right now.
Yep.
You know, this hold
the course.
Yeah,
Ivan, I hope it goes much higher than. I don't hope it goes much higher than 250 because I know you will sell at 250. And then if it then jumped up to like $1 million, you would be kicking yourself forever. So
I'll always keep some. You know, there's always going to be some. You know, in what they call the zombie wallet, and those are wallets that have been inactive for over 5 years. So you have a zombie wallet.
I do.
Yeah, you have a zombie wallet. So you just. It's your turn. I tried calling you to activate it, so it's on you.
It's right here.
You know,
you can't see all of the QR code, and you can't see all but that's my wallet.
All right. Well.
Anyway, enough comes right before none, says Lisa. Just advice for you to mull over. Enough comes right before none. So.
Touche. All right, I got to get back out to the woods.
Thanks. Stay safe.
Yeah, have a good weekend, guys.
We'll see you. Bye. All right, good times. All right, we're still on break here for just a couple minutes more. As when we come back to court, we expect to see the body camera footage or the interrogation room footage, which so far they've been pretty good. Oh, we're coming back right now. We're coming back. So far, the audio hasn't been the best. Obviously, the courtroom audio is not the best, but it has not been the worst either. This is like an upgraded potato that they used to record it. There's a good white balance right there. Look at that. Switching between the two settings on the camera. Re-white balance. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll go back up to the fire alarm here in a second. There we go. What would be funny is if the fire alarm actually goes off and we were watching it. So we're going to the Nutcracker tomorrow. I think we have plans. We possibly may go to a Chinese lantern festival this holiday season, which I've never been to before. And I hope they let us light off our own lanterns because those just look cool. And when it's nice and cold and wet, the risk of starting a forest fire is low. Let's see. Oh, it just got quiet, finally. Oh, nope, it's back. I have 300 plus shoes, says Ivy, so you have my blessing to buy any electrical gimmick out there. Mrs. R.A. is here, and she heard that. She might ban you. I'm just warning you, Ivy. She might ban you for saying I can buy that. Chinese lanterns next week. Nutcracker this week. Christmas party this week. We had the parade last night. I don't have any more gigs that I'm taking equipment to that I know of. Although last night at the parade, we were. I was talking to the two announcers who are announcing the different floats as they go by, and they were given one microphone on a cord, and that was it. And between the two announcers, and it was frigid cold. It was freezing. And they're like, "Don't we get like wireless microphones?" I'm like, "I have all that stuff at home. As a matter of fact, I could get it here in time for you, but nobody asked me to, and also no one's paying me to do it, so I don't think I'm going to do that. You ask me to next year, I'll give you a little bid, We'll make it worth my while, and I'll bring equipment, and you'll be set up. So next year they'll have wireless microphones. All right, let's go back to court. Buckle up. This is going to be a longer video because it's an interrogation. This is one he gave quite willingly, according to the signed Miranda waiver that's already been submitted as evidence, and it's going to be possibly hard to listen to because he's going to spell out the details of just what happened. And I think this first version, is more correct than the version that the lawyer tried to share with us in court. It's my gut feel on that one. Yaku, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Good to have you here, my friend. Happy holidays to you. Ooh, severe weather alert goes off in West Bristol in the UK. We've got some big winds coming. Stay safe and warm. I'm going to finish my salad before the video gets too far.
Be seated. After I have to break.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, please. Well, how did you read it? Yeah, no, I know. I can come over. Can you see, Joseph? Okay. Can you all see?
No glare.
Where's the judge go? I think so. Yeah, shut the lights. Is that better or worse?
I'm going to make it left ear only just for a minute while I try to fix something. I can't edit that out. It's just too much white noise. Apparently, we were watching everything that happened that day in the interview room, including the hours of nothing beforehand. There might be some conversation in the hallway that's picked up, but hopefully they show up here in just a minute. There we go. I just linked to the one I use. Shark, thank you very much.
No, my mom's a teacher there. Familiar with the area? Yeah, I lived there for years.
Not sure if you can afford me.
Do you own a house there? Yeah. Probably could have bought a house with the rentals. The expenses there? It's like yeah. Try by Pack Corners, right? Yeah.
This is just small chat here.
Yeah, right.
The mic I use is an XLR mic. You can get it in a USB format that works with a computer without all this other sound equipment.
So I do like 8 to 8, like a 12 or something? No, it's either 9 or 10 hours.
I'm going to go get you a sandwich, but will this hold you over? You don't need that? Okay. I'll go get ham, turkey.
Somebody will eat that. I know.
Bunch of cops around your place. I just said, all the food I can find.
You don't cook it. Very, very
Alright, you got it.
I appreciate your effort.
You got it. Alright, I'll get you a sandwich.
gave him coffee and a donut.
I'm not telling you in a minute, man. You're not one of the addicts? No. I'm not a donut kind of guy. Really sweet, you know? I laid off sugar for a while. Yeah. No, day shifts, we start at 8, and then we go till 5. Some guys work a split, and other guys start at 5 and work all night, so it's staggered.
It's just small talk. They'll have him sign his Miranda rights, and that's when business starts. He's enjoying what he thinks might be his last meal.
Oh my God. You see that blanket? Yeah, there you go. It's cold out there. Yeah, Paul is finally here. Oh, yeah. Shivery. There you go. Yeah, well, me. I'm glad they dealt one out.
So he's now cocooned himself. Remember, he was out walking. His friend had just kicked him out of the car. It's fall. It was cold. He got picked up on the side of the road, and I think he came here. Isn't that how that went down?
Oh, shit.
Whoops. I think the lawyer closed her laptop, which was driving the whole show.
You been here? Ever been here before? I know you said you're from Essex, but this place, if you need anything while you're here, just holler, we'll get you water or whatever. There's a bathroom out through that door. There's another bathroom down the way. As long as you just ask somebody, I'll make sure you get to where you gotta go.
We need a lullaby. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
It's not well. It's not well. I'm over here actually just focusing on trying to keep my stomach to let it be good. Is it the only thing you ate today? Yeah, it's pretty rich. Yeah, it's not you eat it all day and then No, it's okay. It's okay. I try to be nice when I'm in my office trying to work. Everybody walks by, talks, whatever. To me, it's like I can't. It's just distracting. That's why I don't come in here very often. Or I'll close the door to my office. Just keep it quiet. Yeah.
Becker, have a great weekend.
I appreciate the thought. Yeah, of course. When whoever comes in here, call me. Step out and see if I can track some guns for you. Do you have anything else, Joe? We can get you some water, of course. I think there's some tea floating around here. I'm not sure what kind of tea. Every now and then, a lot of like sodas and stuff in the fridge. Some protein powder. Protein shake. I haven't done that in a long time. But I used to do it every day. And that's why I haven't done it in a while. I can still so vividly picture the taste. Yeah. All lumpy, mix it up. Yeah, it's just never been good. I don't think it's supposed to be though. Yeah, I guess usually, like for me, I just chug it, and I used to care about the consistency, and I just don't care. Yeah.
I'm going to try to take out all that noise, but it's really going to change the voices a little bit.
Who was I supposed to talk to? I don't know. JP. There is a JP here, is that what they said? Yeah, he said he'll talk to me. I'm not sure now. They're having a whole powwow over there. About it? I mean, I see people in and out of it. But I'm not sure if it's over yet. They're probably just putting it all together and then just kind of sitting in front of it. I'm not sure. That's probably what they're going to They're probably just prep work. I don't know. Obviously, those conversations I'm not part of because I'm here with you, so I'm not in no idea. Next updates from my wife. Today was my daughter's first day in daycare. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Get pictures and stuff? Not yet. I asked for some. So she's just texting me updates and she's doing well. Daycare? Or daycare, preschool? Is it just it's just a daycare. It's daycare. Yeah, she's only a year and a half. Oh, wow, okay. She's super happy. Yeah. So I was nervous this morning. You were? Yeah. She's never been to a daycare or anything before. She's going to come back with the runny nose. Yeah, right. Probably. Give me nothing to worry about. And then you're going to get a runny nose.
Let me see if we can get some closed captioning on here. Just 1 second. I didn't break it. That's not me. Promise. Yeah, okay, it was me. It was me. I'm working on it, guys. Hold tight. I'm working on it.
What I believe was COVID. Did you? That was 2019. This cute little kid, literally his entire face was booger. It was beautiful. It was huge like sausage for eyeballs, like big long lashes like this. Yeah. And I'm holding them at arm's length, and I'm like, I'm looking at them, and I'm so sick from this. But it was good, bouncing on my lap, and, you know, my ex was like, oh, I gotta get this room clean with this kid. Just get in bed. I think, sure enough, you got sick. So sick, yeah. I think it was COVID. It was like did you lose like smell and taste and all that? Not really. Yeah, so not really. It was just kind of like your run-of-the-mill sort of flu. Yeah. I were coughing for like 3 weeks. Yeah. You know, that was getting old pretty. That's what a lot of people say. Is it's just a bad cold or bad flu. Yeah, or any like lost taste or lost smell. Yeah. I get a little bit from like my congestion, but like I think that's pretty typical. Like, yeah, they need to say it's just like anything, man. Yeah, like, yeah.
The closed captions are really bad.
One of my family friends had it, and same thing. I didn't even know. I just thought I had my nose. Yeah. It was fine. But tested positive. Yeah, but felt fine. I just slept a little extra for a week. It was good. Yeah. Seems to be pretty more common than not. The bad cases are pretty few and far between. You said you're in Pennsylvania now? Or that's where you used to live? That's where I was born. That's where you were born? Yeah. I wonder how it is there. Because every state you go to is obviously different. Like with how the common person feels about the whole situation. I went and visited my in-laws in New York. And everywhere around there, like nobody, like in the height of the pandemic, nobody cared. Nobody was wearing a mask. You go out Florida doing the same thing. And then you go up here, it's like everybody's wearing masks. You feel awkward if you weren't. You know, I masked and I didn't mask and I touched things and I didn't use hand sanitizer every second. And really, I just lived my life the way I was living it. Yeah. I just tested negative. Yeah. I'm pretty sure whatever the fuck that thing was in 19 was that thing. The big bad looking monster. Yeah, right. Of the super flu that we had to shut America down for. Crazy times. Yeah. Honestly, like, I guess picture yourself being America and you have like $1 trillion debt that somebody's calling in. What's the easiest way to like break the economy? Just break it. It's broken. It's broken. Yeah. But then you can't argue that. But then on the low, like everybody's like spending their savings. So then it jumped back up. Yeah. I imagine that's got to be pissing some people off, probably. Cool. Joe? You're the guy. Is it Joe or Joseph? Which do you prefer? Do you have a preference? Whatever's easier for you. Whatever you prefer. I'm James. James. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, Seth. How are you? Dude, that's a bit like excuse me, Jim. Okay. I'm just happy if it's hangs right there. I don't need it for anything. All right. Just yep. Appreciate it. Take your fingers up it. It's just, we're just going to shut the door just for privacy purposes. I'm sure you saw there's a few people walking around. Oh, okay. Do you need anything? I see you got water. Somebody got you some food? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. I'm good. All right. So, like I said, my name is James. This is Seth. We work for the state police. We're detectives. We've been trying to get up to speed on what's going on today, and it's our understanding that you might be able to help us and understand a few things. We are happy to listen. Our ultimate goal is to find Emily, and we're hoping that you can help us with that. Before we get going, I just want to be fair to you. Obviously, we're here in a state police barracks, right? And I just said we're the state police. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of the rights that you have. So I would read these to you. We're here in St. Albans, Vermont.
Are you from Vermont?
Not originally.
Not originally?
I've lived here since 2012.
Okay, that's longer than me. Today is 19th, right? 19th of October. Up in this area the whole time, or?
No, just sort of bouncing around. I tried Richmond and Essex.
Richmond, Essex area?
Yeah. Alright. I'm up here.
I'm going to read these to you, and I'll just ask that if you understand them, you tell me yes. If not, we'll go over them again, okay? So the first one says that you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Right.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer before questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during any questioning. Make sense?
Of course.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one would be appointed to represent you at public expense before any questioning, if you wish. In Vermont, that is called a public defender. Make sense?
Yeah.
If you decide to answer questions, you may stop the questioning at any time. Make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Do you want to talk to me now?
Yes.
Okay.
That was not
So the
coerced.
next section is just the waiver. It says, I've been advised that I have the right to remain silent, to be represented by a lawyer, to talk with one prior to questioning, and to have one present during questioning. Knowing my rights, I agree to waive them and talk to you now. No threats or promises have been made to me. So if you agree to that, I'll just you sign right here. Right. Oops, sorry. Oh, you're going to date it. Thank you for that. It's 2:45 p.m. All right. So Joe, is it fair to say that you have an idea of what we want to talk about?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm here to talk to you. Like, you don't have to beat around the bush.
Okay.
I'm sure you already talked to Spencer. I fucked up. Plain and simple. Like, I had a fucking lapse. And did something that I can't undo. So here we are.
All right. Well, why don't we, I think what would be helpful for me is just have you start from the beginning of what happened, and start from the beginning, and we'll listen. And then, maybe at the end we'll have a few questions, but we'll go from there. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll turn it over to you. So, kind of what happened.
So I came to Vermont. I was living in New Hampshire for like the last 2 months with my wife and her family. And I came to Vermont. We were supposed to have like a weekend away, like vacation, do some camping, like have some fun. And like as soon as I put the vehicle in park, like my wife went completely berserk, like completely psychotic. And I shot her as a result of that. And now here we are. So,
All right. Can you, where did that happen?
Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. All right. So, I guess my next question is, when did that happen? Saturday. Do you know about what time? Saturday evening? All right.
No. Saturday morning. I think I was going to. It was like, yeah, it was Saturday morning. That's what it was.
Okay.
I got my day screwed up.
Okay. I appreciate you clarifying that for me.
I really need to mention I've been up for days. My mind isn't right now, so.
So tell me about like how your wife, you said to Emily, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about like, you and Emily getting to Bolton, like when you got there, how you got there, the vehicle you were in, that kind of thing.
We drove the Chevy. Friday night.
Where were you guys coming from?
New Hampshire.
So you go straight from New Hampshire to Bolton? Okay. Where in Bolton? Bolton's a big town.
The resort.
Can you describe it to me?
The big resort.
Yeah.
Ski resort.
Yeah, there's a bunch of buildings up there, right?
Yeah.
So whereabouts were you guys when all this happened? Like, where were you headed?
My sister was like Airbnb, so I was like using an opportunity to like spend time with my family.
Okay.
And we just went terrible, it went so south.
All right. Do you know where at the resort? Had you arrived at the resort when this happened?
Yeah, like we were there, and we stopped. Typical, like got some stuff to drink. Trying to like listen to music. I was trying to put some candles on. Have some wine. And throwing the candles around, telling me to put them out, turn the music off. Just being like forceful and aggressive with me. Turned on the punching and kicking and just a lot of hurtful things. I can't even remember all of them, but all I know is I was just dumbfounded that I make all this effort to like try to do something nice. Just get treated like shit.
When we were talking about the candles and the wine stuff, is that the Airbnb you're talking about, or is that in your RV?
In the RV.
Was it part of the resort?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it near the Airbnb that your sister was at?
Yeah.
I'm not super familiar with the area, so is there just like a parking lot?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that where this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And so, when you say there was a lot of kicking and punching, like who was kicking and punching?
I don't kick and punch. Like
you don't?
I don't. Okay. I've never heard all of that until now. I don't engage.
Okay.
I am the punching bag.
So.
He says, I am the punching bag.
I didn't want to be punching bag anymore.
So was Emily punching you?
I just had like a moment, and like I don't know, like.
Where was she punching you?
In my arm, like kicking me and running, like, just like body blows and, she's shorts.
And was this kind of the punching and kicking, was that occurring inside the van?
Yeah.
Or do you call it a van? Is that what it's called? Van?
Whatever you try to like.
Okay.
Whatever you like, in the vehicle. The vehicle, that's better.
Or showing.
Okay.
So the vehicle's parked up at Bolton near the Airbnb, and kind of the situation between you and Emily is occurring inside of the van. How does that turn into, I heard you say that you shot her, so explain how that incident continued.
I don't even know. Like, I just know that I like sat down and like was like something inside my head just like I remember feeling really warm and I remember feeling blurry and I don't know. Something inside me said enough is enough.
So something inside said enough was enough.
And what did you shoot her with?
A pistol.
Okay, do you know what kind of pistol?
It was a Glock pistol.
A Glock? Whose Glock is it?
It's my Glock.
Okay. Where is the Glock now?
It's in the bus.
It's in the bus? Okay. Can you describe Emily when you shot her? Like, what was she doing?
She had stopped fighting and she had gone and laid down. And I went and jumped on top of her. And I shot her.
Whoa, she had stopped fighting. She had gone and laid down. I jumped on top of her and shot her in the head. How many shots?
What did you
2.
do next?
Cleaned up and had like an anxiety attack and I don't know if I get past that.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say you cleaned up.
It was like blood coming out of her head, so I put a bag over it, so actually blood, and cleaned up. There's blood on the pillows, so just bagged everything up.
Okay. What kind of bag?
Just a trash bag.
Like a trash bag. Okay. All right. Are those still in the bus? Okay. Where is Emily?
She's in the
Where in the bus?
bathroom.
She's in the bathroom. I haven't been in the bus. So can you describe the bus for me? Like, what's the layout? You walk through the doors.
Bathroom and the kitchen and bed.
Okay. Would it be easier if you drew a little diagram showing us instead? Because the bus, I did see it from the outside. It's pretty big.
He says, they said, "Where's Emily?" She said, she's in the bus. Where in the bus? In the bathroom. He's now drawing a map of the bus. Obviously, the officers went through it, and she wasn't in there, but they didn't find that she was in the bags.
Which is the front of the bus and the back?
Steering wheel is.
Would you mind just, maybe just for reference for us, just labeling what you drew? So you said this is the bathroom? And I thought I heard you said this circle is Emily? That's what you depicted? Okay. Could you label that for me too? And then the bed. So, just so I understand, so the incident where you jump on top of her and shoot her, that occurred.
Before you get too far, you want to just put your name on that just so we drew it?
And it's still 19.
Yeah, that's coming in this exhibit. Right there.
Just to reference this picture for a second. Hold this up. Yeah. The incident that you described where you jump on top of her and shot her twice in the head, did that occur on the bed, this bed here, at the back of the bus? And then you explained that, you put the bag on her because she's bleeding, and you cleaned up. So just so I understand, how did she get from the bed to the bathroom?
Carried her.
You carried her?
Yes, sir.
Was it obvious that she was deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you move her to the bathroom?
I was trying to clean the blood from the things underneath there.
Okay, so like the blanket and stuff underneath there?
Yeah.
Okay. Where in this bus is the firearm that you used to block?
It's in the bed.
It's in the bed. Are there any other firearms in there?
Yes.
Okay. What other guns are there?
There's like one other small pistol and a hunting rifle and a hunting shotgun.
Okay.
There are like 4 guns in the bus.
And then I think one thing I would like to clarify is the time that this happened. So do you know about the time you arrived at Bolton Valley on Friday when you came from New Hampshire? 8 p.m. Friday night, roughly?
Maybe earlier.
Okay.
I would say give it a window like 7 to 8.
So you arrived between 7 and 8. And what time did the shooting happen approximately?
Maybe like 1 or 2.
1 or 2 a.m.?
1 and 2.
Which would be fair to say that's Saturday morning?
That is Saturday morning.
Okay. Okay. And so after you kind of clean up and you put Emily in the bathroom, what do you do?
I don't know. I don't know. I had like a panic moment, and all I can remember is like a jumble, like no sense. Like nothing made sense. Like, whatever. It was just basically like blank flashes. If you go to like a disco, you just look up. Like there's nothing. What the hell did I do?
He hasn't yet confessed to dismembering the body.
I eventually, probably, I don't even know if I slept. The following morning, I had some breakfast with my sister. I had some coffee and some breakfast with her.
Tell me about that.
I had some coffee and some breakfast with my sister.
In the Airbnb?
The coffee was in the Airbnb, and then we ran down the street for some breakfast.
Okay. Did you talk about what had happened?
No.
No?
No, I was meeting her boyfriend, so.
Okay. All right. Did they ask about Emily?
Yeah.
What they ask?
Just like, what's her deal?
What'd you say?
I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, my role is like her husband, but also just a punching bag. Like,
did they ask where she was when you went out to breakfast? What did you say?
She's still sleeping.
Okay.
He told his sister that Emily was still sleeping.
Do you know where you went to breakfast?
Maxie's.
Maxie's. Whereabouts is Maxie's?
Waterbury.
In Waterbury? Okay. All right.
He's warm now.
So after Maxie's, how did you get to Maxie's?
She drove.
Your sister? Okay. And does the bus remain at Bolton? Say yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, again, sir.
Okay, all right. Oh, thanks. So you go to breakfast with your sister. What happens next?
I came back and I left.
He's conveniently left out the dismembering part. He doesn't remember that. It says it was just flashes of light. Nothing made sense. Not sure what happened. Remembers breakfast the following morning with his sister. Can't tell the truth anymore because the blanket of truth has been removed.
I went to my friend's place in St. Albans. That's what I did next.
Do you know how you got there?
Drove the bus there.
Drove the bus there. Okay. All right. Do you recall if you made any stops along the way?
I don't think so.
Stop at a gas station, store?
Probably a gas station.
Do you know which one you would have stopped at?
No.
Okay. Somewhere between Bolton and St. Albans? All right.
Yeah.
It's a little ways. What's your friend's name? Eddie.
Sarah.
That's who I was going to?
Yeah.
Did she live with anybody?
Her husband, Jason.
Sarah and Jason?
Yeah.
We have kids too.
Okay. And is that where you left the bus? Okay. Did you talk to them about anything that had happened? No. Do they know Emily? Did they ask about her? Tell me about that.
Just like the basic stuff, like where is she, like what's her deal? Like, I mean, honestly, like if I'm being honest, they were like good fucking riddance. Like you deserve better. Like, well,
When you say they said good fucking riddance, did they know what had happened? Okay.
Yeah.
So did you, correct me if I was wrong, but based on what you're telling me, you told Sarah and Jason what you had done?
No, I didn't tell them what I had done.
Okay.
No, they were just asking like, so where's Emily? Like, and I said, oh, she's gone. Like,
okay.
And they were like, good.
Yeah. Okay.
They're like, doesn't matter now.
So you had just said that she was gone, but didn't indicate what had happened.
I didn't tell them.
Okay.
I'm ashamed of myself. Like I never thought I'd be here. You know, like I started my life like just believing that like you give love, you get love. It's mutual. It's reciprocal. And, you know. You don't fuck with people's lives, like, you know, you just trying to be a good person, and now here I am, I killed her, like, I did.
So after Sarah and Jason's house, and I apologize, like I said, you know, coming into this today, trying to learn some of the information, and I might have it wrong. Is there another friend in the area that you go to at some point this weekend?
I saw Spencer.
Spencer.
Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, I think you mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, I talked to Spencer. I told Spencer what I did.
Okay, tell me about that conversation.
I guess it's like the kind of conversation where you're driving along and you're just yelling with your best friend, and then you just tell them. Even though, like, you don't want to tell them, just tell them, just to get it off your chest.
Okay. Do you recall, like, what or how you told him, or what you told him?
So we drove down to the Lions place, and there was like, all you guys were there last night. I don't know if you know, but like, there was like a probably 4 or 5 police vehicles out there. So I was like, yo, turn around. Like, I'm not in a good space to do this right now. And then we were talking, and I told him, and
what was his reaction?
He turned the car around.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I killed her.
Okay. Did you tell him how you killed her?
No.
Okay.
No. He was like, where is that? I said, she's on the bus. He said, is she living on the bus? And I said, no, she's dead. I killed her. And he turned the car around, and I was like, listen, I'm going to jump out of this car, so, like, I can't do this right now. I just need some air. Like, I can't breathe. I'm like overheating. Like, so I got out, and that was it. You drove one?
And where did you go?
I just walked down the road a bit, and then I saw like a little covered shed or something like that. Sat down.
So I kind of want to get back. I feel like we were working through the weekend, and I kind of jumped ahead because I was trying to understand the people that you visited. So that was Sarah and Jason and Spencer. So back to kind of Saturday afternoon after you leave Fulton, you go to Sarah and Jason's house. Do you know what you do next on Saturday afternoon or evening?
Oh, yeah, my sister. I told my sister I would do a new tattoo for her.
Okay.
So I do a new tattoo for my sister, and then we go get some food, and then I go home and fall asleep.
Where did you do the tattoo?
At the lines.
Where is that? I'm sorry.
Sarah, Jason Lines.
Oh, okay.
Spencer's last name is Lemons, too. I don't know if you want to write down there.
Lemons?
Lemons.
Okay. So you do a tattoo at the Langs.
Right.
What kind of tattoo?
This pine cone with maple leaf and some acorns.
Oh, nice.
Like a pine spur.
How big is it? On the wrist? A big pine cone?
No, it's not a big pine cone. The pine cone is yay big. The maple leaf is sort of yay big. The acorns are just like two small acorns, and then there's like a pine branch with the pine needles.
Okay. All right. Do you, so after the tattoo, do you know where you guys get food?
Twigs.
Twigs. Where's that?
Twigs on Next Street.
Is that here in town, St. Albans?
You ever been to Twigs?
No, I'm not from the area.
Do go to Twigs.
Is it decent? All right. Good stuff.
Yeah. You ever been either?
I'm not from Southern Vermont. Oh. Not really again.
They given recommendations for tattoo parlors?
Yeah. Burgers and wraps and flatbreads.
All right.
It's pricey.
It is pricey.
Yeah. It's good. It's good on the hospitality. You pay for that. Good drugs too.
So was your sister's Nicole or Nikki? Was her boyfriend with her?
Mm-hmm.
Any conversations during the tattoo or dinner about what had happened?
What I had done?
Yeah.
I have not told my sister or her boyfriend.
Okay. To this day?
To this day.
Here now? Okay.
I couldn't. Okay. The fact that she's going to find out. Not super okay with that, but somehow this is where it ended up.
And you said you returned home Saturday night after Twigs. Where's home?
I just went back to the vehicle.
And that was still parked at Sarah and Jason's? So Saturday, did you spend the night in the vehicle parked at Sarah and Jason's? And kind of moving forward to, you know, about what time you returned home and went to bed Saturday night?
Between 8:30 and 9:30.
And this whole time, is Emily still in the bathroom on the bus? You're shaking your head, yes?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure that it's very clear.
Yeah.
You know, that I'm not interpreting something that you're saying to me.
No, I'm sorry for not being forthcoming enough. I'm just really tired.
So it's okay. I appreciate that you're willing to have this conversation. So 8:30 to 9:30, you return, you go to bed. Where do you sleep on the bus on Saturday night? In the bed? Okay. Tell me about waking up Sunday. What did you do on Sunday?
What day is it now? Tuesday?
Yep, today's Tuesday.
Fell into a hole, I guess.
What do you mean?
This thing's sort of just like not really able to like have a clear thought, or just feel like you're just stuck in a hole.
Okay. So you're not, so fair to say you're not sure what you did on Sunday?
Right.
Right. Do you know where you slept on Sunday? In the bus at Sarah and Jason's? Okay. All right. And
So he
then
kept
yesterday,
sleeping in the bus
Monday,
with Emily in the bathroom in the shower.
Tell me about yesterday.
That's why he showered in the Airbnb.
I drove to New Hampshire. I lied to my in-laws and told them that Emily was missing. And then I drove back from New Hampshire after telling them that Emily was missing.
Where did you drive to New Hampshire?
Motorcycle.
Okay. Where did you drive back to Vermont from New Hampshire?
With Jeep.
Is it your motorcycle?
Yeah.
And it's your Jeep?
Yeah.
All right. Did you make any other stops in New Hampshire other than Emily's parents and talk to them?
No.
That was the only place you went?
Right.
Okay. Where was your Jeep?
At their place.
Was that their place?
Yeah.
Okay. When you returned to Vermont, what did you do?
I went to Spencer's.
All right. Tell me about that.
I drove to Spencer to Emily's house.
Do you know about what time you got there?
11:30.
In the morning?
11:30
PM. And is that when the conversation that you described earlier occurred?
Yes. I drove from Spencer's house to Sarah's house.
Okay.
And then saw a brigade of police.
Whose vehicle did you drive from Spencer's to
Spencer was
Sarah's?
driving his vehicle.
His vehicle.
And it's like a sedan or something. Honda or Toyota or something. I don't know. Yeah. And then I told him what I did. And let me out.
What did you do? I know you described what you did immediately after you walked, went to a bench, you said. Where did you sleep last night?
I found the target to roll myself up under a rock. Well, not like under a rock, more like between a rock and like a tree stump.
Do you know where?
Somewhere around here.
Like in this general area?
It was dark. I started to wrap myself up. I was freezing and shivering. Found a place that was it was crazy windy. 40 degrees. I was just trying to stay warm.
Okay.
Wandering aimlessly.
Well, I appreciate you telling me all that and kind of doing the time span from Friday when you got to Vermont, so kind of how we ended up here today.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, is that okay? What I'd like to do is really focus in on Friday itself and the incident with you and Emily, and kind of go over that with a little bit more detail. Is that fair? So, my understanding from what you told me is that you got into Vermont between 7 and 8 p.m. So tell me everything from 7 to 8 p.m. once you arrive in Bolton, all the interaction that you and Emily had. You know, I know you said that, you know, there was kicking and punching, but any conversations you remember, specific, you know, kicks and punches that you remember, where she was hitting you, that kind of thing. Tell me all about that.
I mean, I guess I can't really remember anything specifically because, like, I'd be like, hey, you want to go for, like, a walk? And she would just come out with, like, fuck you, fuck this place, like, this is pathetic, you're pathetic, like, I can't fucking stand it, like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, I'm so done. And then it was just that, and more of that, and more of that. Every time I opened my mouth to, like, try something, anything, just more of, like, I can't do this, I'm not doing this, like.
What didn't she, she can't do what? What didn't she want to do?
I guess be with me, like, do anything with me, like, dance with me, like, hang out, like, talk about anything, like, nothing, like, just, I opened my mouth and she would immediately shut me down with something hurtful. I started lighting candles because I wanted to light, and then she decided that she did not want candlelight and that I should sit in the dark. And then she was like trying to turn the candles off, and you know, like the candle had like a bunch of wax into it. You know, she grabbed it and I tried to grab it back from her, and then she hit me in my sides, in my arms, in my chest. I think my neck. And she kicked me in my groin with her heel.
So describe her hitting you, like, do you recall what hand she was hitting you with?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall if it was an open fist, a fist or a fist? It was a fist. It's like a punch. Okay. All right. Punches and kicks. How many times do you think she hit you?
I don't know, I probably got maybe like 4 or 5 punches and like one decent kick and one not so decent kick.
Okay. And what made her stop?
The candle went out.
Okay. So the candle goes out.
Yeah.
And what does she do?
She went and lay down.
Okay.
She was just like, I'm so over this shit.
So she goes to lay down on the bed?
Right.
Okay.
Well, so when did that, what you're describing, when did that start? Did it start when you guys got to Bolton?
Literally was a thing in Park and just like went from being like happy road trip to.
So what was the ride like from New Hampshire to Bolton?
Fun. So it's like, telling you like, this is how it was, and then through the thing in Park, and then this is how it was, like, literally 180. Like,
do you have any idea what precipitated that?
No. No. Like,
so it sounds like what you're saying is that she didn't want the candles on, she didn't want the music playing, and that's what she was kicking you and punching you?
Yeah.
And then when the candle went out, sounds like you're saying she stopped, and she went lay in bed.
Yeah.
How much time passed between when she went to lay in bed and when you got the clock out? If you had to put a time period on that.
Maybe like, I would say between 10 and 15 minutes, if that's.
So she was laying in bed 10 to 15 minutes before. Was she sleeping when you jumped on top of her?
You know, 15 minutes actually sounds long, but it was probably more like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't long. Like,
Was she doing anything? Was she awake? Was she sleeping?
No, she was awake. She was awake, just like grumbling a bunch of shitty, hurtful things.
So after the candle went out and she was in bed, she was still grumbling a bunch of hurtful things to you?
Yeah, she wasn't sleeping. She was just miserable.
Do you recall what those hurtful things that she was saying to you were? Or the context of them?
Just like, saying, just repeating, I'm so done. Like, I'm not doing this shit with you. Like,
And while she was in bed, where were you with the boss?
oh, he's sitting right here on this little couch. I heard touch on that.
Sure. I think we had asked where the Glock was currently, but where did you get it from?
It was in the closet.
Where's the closet?
This is the closet.
Okay.
I was in the couch.
Okay.
And, I just like got up and grabbed it and shot her.
Does Emily have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Do you know where that is?
No.
Have you seen it since you shot her?
And I saw a couple of things in the bag and I took the bag away.
Okay.
So it's probably in the bag.
All right. Well, tell me about that bag that you threw away. What else might be in that bag?
A pair of shoes. Your glasses. Your wallet.
Where did you throw that away?
I think when I went to get gas. Trash.
Okay. At a gas station?
Yeah.
Do you know which gas station?
I honestly don't. I think. I feel like I stopped and put a little bit of fuel in at every single gas station that I drove by.
If you saw the gas station again, would you be able to kind of point it out, or would it help kind of refresh your
Maybe
memory?
it's a mobile. It's like a mobile.
Okay. Maybe a mobile.
Yeah.
If you saw, if you were back in the area driving by, would that help refresh your memory as to where you threw that stuff? I mean, there's a lot of gas stations between Fulton and St. Albans, right?
Yeah.
So so something we might be interested in looking for, it might be hard to find without a little help from you.
Yeah. I think it's a mobile. It's a mobile.
Do you know a town?
Maybe it's Richmond.
Maybe a mobile in Richmond?
Yeah.
And which garbage can would you have used?
The one that's at the pump.
Oh, the one right at the pump.
Touch of paper or gas joke?
The card.
A debit card or credit card?
Yes.
Is it your card or was it Emily's?
Mine.
Okay. What bank?
TV.
Can
some water?
Yeah. You want to take 2 minutes?
You have some water here? You need to take a break, Joe? Bathroom or what? Some water? You good?
So, this is interesting.
I'll get that.
Joe, here's some food. Let me go get you some water.
Now he's got an anxiety attack. Pause for a second. Did you see, as soon as he said, "Can I get some water," how fast the detectives jumped up and said, yeah, and split and got out of there? That's because he's given them some actionable information that they need to get out in the field, because it's a race against time to try to pick up that garbage and get the evidence before it's gone. They've got to get out and start checking garbage cans. But the way he's been just behaving, get that warrant, get out there now. The way he's behaving, this is the most bizarre. I know this is a heavy trial. It's just a little bit. It's a little bit much, it's going to get worse. I can tell you that. I'm going to have just a little break. Sometimes with trial, we get something that's not expected. It's a little bit different, and so I thought I'd bring on a little special song that y'all haven't heard yet. That's about somebody who went somewhere thinking it was something else, and I think it ends with a happy ending. I guess it ends happily.
Old man Joe just turned 74. Found a website, thought it was for more. Sharing stories about his younger days, cooking breakfast in his own kind of ways. Signed up quick, put his pictures on, fishing trips and mowing the lawn. Didn't know what it was all about, just sharing life with no second doubts. Grandpa's OnlyFans, spreading love worldwide. Folks tuning in, can't put their phones aside. He's gone viral, making money with grace, unaware he's in a different space. Neighbors whisper what they say ain't kind, but Joe keeps on, he don't seem to mind. He's buying tractors, fixing up his place with the earnings from his newfound fame. He reads their comments, laughs out loud. Grandpa Joe, you make us proud. Still oblivious to the site's true start, sharing his life straight from the heart. He brings his grandkids home for a morning chat, shows them how to fix an old straw hat. They think it's funny, but they don't tell. Just let Grandpa's stories ring like a bell.
There you go. I hope you love it. That is that's Grandpa's OnlyFans. That's what it's called. So a nice one. It ends happy. It ends happy. We often start trials not knowing where it's going to go. So I figured that would be a fun one. All right. I might add that to the list. I'll have to edit it down and stuff because it does weird things at the end. It like keeps going and then like weirds out. But all right, we're going to continue on with this terrible audio and this lengthy confession, which I can only say appears to be entirely voluntary. Entirely, like there's zero, there's no arm twisting, there's no get up in your face. He's just like, I'm here to talk, and he shares it all. So we are going to jump back to court and return to the bad audio. I just thought the music would be a nice break there. Here we go. Here, just 1 second. Anxiety is set in for the defendant here.
You doing okay, Joe?
Any guys? Oops. No, thank you. James is going to do some water.
Okay, bud? Here's some water. What do you have in your... I got some coffee, hot coffee. What do you have in that? Cream or sugar or both? Just black. Okay. I gotta pee. Can I go pee? Yeah.
Panic attack. So like, hey, okay, bud, here's some water. Oh, wait, now I got to go pee. That might be legit. That might be legit. It seems funny that none of this came on until that moment. He like told the whole story, answered questions, made a diagram. I don't know at this point in the timeline if the detectives had found Emily's body yet. The initial walkthrough through the van, through the bus, they didn't notice it. They didn't notice the bags. The only bag they picked up was one that had like bedding or something, and it was light, and so they just didn't pick up the other ones. I can fast forward through some of this. Well, oh, he's back. Never mind.
Anything else? You good?
Some company?
Yeah, I'll stand right here. Absolutely.
You come sit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll sit with you.
What's your name?
I'm Sam.
Sam.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Joseph.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll sit with you.
Thank you.
You brought?
So Sam comes in to sit with him. It's too hot. He adds a little bit of water to it to cool it off. Now it's too cold.
Sam. How long have you been in Vermont?
I've been in Vermont my whole life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been in state police for almost 24 years now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sam's a veteran, 24 years in the force. Joseph's making small talk with him.
Thank you for coming in and speaking with us. It's not easy to do. You're doing the right thing.
I never thought in a million years, dude. I never thought anybody could push me to that.
Says you're going to take me somewhere so I can't do that again. He expects to be in custody.
It's going to take time. guys, mind if I sit? Have some of your sandwich. So you're a tattoo artist? That's cool. How long have you been doing that?
For 20 years.
Oh, geez. What's the best part of doing that? What's your favorite part of doing that, I should say?
Creativity.
He's putting a little mustard and mayo on his turkey or ham, whatever sandwich they give him.
What's your favorite part of doing
Just trying to do the best we can for people's families. Probably.
What's your favorite thing about being a cop? He asked him. I like putting the bad guys in jail.
A lot of the things we do, unfortunately, the things that happen, we can't undo. So, pretty much doing the best we can to move forward for everybody.
Now it's me.
Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it's a little difficult.
I don't even know where to go from here. Like, I don't. My mind is so broken. I can't even think straight.
Take it one day at a time.
Yeah.
Turkey sandwich?
Yes, sir.
I asked if it was from Twigs. It did not. It was from Twigs. I love Twigs. Let me grab you a couple of napkins. You don't eat carbs, do you? You took all the bread off. I noticed that. Smart man. Little lettuce wrap. Do what you got to do, right?
Well, I mean, if I'm not part of this college, why would I put them in?
All right. You got, is that coffee?
No.
Okay, put that down here. Yeah. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we give you 2 minutes so you can finish your sandwich?
You got more questions?
Yeah, I do. But I don't want to, I want you to have an opportunity to eat and drink a cup of coffee. We'll take 2 minutes. Actually, if I could hit the head and we'll come right back in. Sound fair? And I will get you some napkins. Yeah, that's okay.
We never took a lunch break. I'm watching him eat, and I never took a break. We're 3 minutes away from 6 hours. Can you guys give me a tiny break? Then we'll come back and finish. Can you guys give me a tiny break so we can come back and finish? But let me get a teensy break in here. I need to cut it down. We need to be done before 6 hours. So I got 3 minutes. It's gonna be so close. Might have to cut the song short. All right. I won't have time to make the new one to jump to. When we come back, Red Pen, I will try to show off the thumbnail a little bit, and then we're going to pick up where we left off on this trial. We are just a couple minutes behind right now, but we'll have a quick break. Let me run and visit the little lawyer's room, grab some more water, and we'll be back on the flip side. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again in moments. Maybe 15 minutes tops. 15 minutes tops. Iris, look, I just got here. You mean the geyser room? Yes, the geyser room from the podcast. If you listen to the podcast, you'll know what that's about. I'll grab a little bit of food. We're walking. Stand up, stretch. We're going to be back. So I think we've got a ways to go still on this interview. So we'll see. 15, 15, 1-5. All right, I did add the Grandpa's OnlyFans to our playlist over on Suno. We'll work on getting that out to everybody. You guys, thank you very much. We'll see you after the break.
because we here in Canada hate you.